Batteries fully charged. Launch ready for AEW Spark in 3, 2, 1. All Elite Wrestling discussion is live. Cue host Noah Foster.
Another week has passed, including a worldwide premiere for Saturday nights. And you know what that means. Hello once again, everybody, and welcome once again to another edition of AEW Spark, where we once again ignite the conversation on all things All Elite Wrestling. You know what this is, for I am the simple man of the simple brand, the voice of the Jam Man, and my name is Noah Foster. And with me on this very special edition of AEW Spark is the Birdman Nolan Finch, and of course, Zero aka Tiger Mask Negro of Zero Entertainment. And of course, Wrestling Fortunes 44. Gentlemen, I gotta say, this has been one of the biggest, most crazy weeks I think we've ever seen in All Elite Wrestling. And now we have a new standard to really consider every Saturday night that hasn't been seen the likes of since the year 2000, I believe. So, with that being said, before we get into everything, Zero, good to see you once again. How are you?
I am doing fine. I'm gonna plug this sumbitch up before this sumbitch dies, and of course someone's gonna call me.
Man.
No, it's James.
Of course it's James.
Well, we're live, pal. Tony Giovanni style. So there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, bet. You gotta take a conversation. This is not the banker from Deal or No Deal, all right?
Yeah.
Anyways,
Anyways,
I'm doing all right. Just a lot of fucking shit going on in the wrestling world, and a lot of shit I seen going on in the wrestling world, especially one match in particular that I just saw, which was Nakajima versus Keno from from a Pro Wrestling Noah. Jesus fucking Christ.
those two are the legitimate definition of strong style.
Nah, not even strong style. It's the Royal Road, baby. It's the King's Road modernized, man. Like that.
That too.
But the reason why Top Wrong that much up is because of the same ending we saw on Wednesday. A time limit draw.
Exactly.
We're gonna get to that soon, but fucking
Rip.
Christ, I'm a Nakajima guy, bro. Hell yeah, but yeah.
It's something. I don't blame you, man. You got good taste. Again, he is one of my all-time favorites out of pro wrestling. No, I still go back and watch Wrestle Kingdom 17. I was kind of hoping he'd be involved in the G1, but seeing him back with Axis and all together, not to go to subtangent, is really cool too. As of course, you and I also look at all things Japanese pro wrestling. And stay tuned, folks. As of course, you know, me and the Wrestling Encyclopedia, Casey Gallagher, will be covering the G1 Climax once again. That's to come later in the summer. And Zero, if you want to take part in that, just let me know. I'll definitely keep you posted.
Yeah, but speaking of the G1, there's one person in particular I just want to fucking get rid of. David fucking Finlay. Fuck David Finlay. And fuck him and his bootlegged ass Bullet Club. He's trying to, bro. New Japan Strong is now turning to I believe 2010 or 2011 Nexus now.
Damn.
That they bringing in goofballs from. They are bringing in Shibata's kids.
LA Dojo. It's literally the LA Dojo.
Kids to join Bullet Club, which is now turned to a daycare. I'm getting fucking mad. So,
well, I mean, again, he says he's building a weapon. You got to start with a BB gun to go to an AK-47, I guess.
That's not a BB gun, bro. That's a fucking Nerf gun. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I give Alex Coughlin some credit because he has shown how strong he is, and I feel like there is at least potential in a couple members in Bullet Club outside their newfound leader. But we'll talk more about that later. But it's good to see you.
Fucking leader. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, I know. I put that in quotation.
Blanks, motherfucker.
Yeah, well, hopefully that leader won't be involved in this, and I know we'll talk about this and so much more. So, Again, good to see you. Fine. Once again, man, we're back here. You're back in the driver's seat, but I'm back in the hot seat, the host position, because I guess you guys aren't going to let me retire. So that's all right. But
Why should we? The fuck?
point taken.
We are going to, bro. If you die, we're going to reanimate you, and you still can't do this show, bro.
Am I truly the voice of AEW at this point for FTW?
At
Is
this
that what
point,
I become?
bro.
All right. Anyway, Owen, how are you, man? How you been? It's been a wild week to say the least.
Yeah, I'm doing well. I was really excited. We obviously had to move the show around. We record this on Sundays now, and it's going to be released Mondays. This is the way I can be on because, as you know, I tried to be on last week, but work was just making me tired. I'm like, yeah, there's just no way this is going to happen. And yeah, it was a bunch of stuff that we couldn't make work. So we're hoping that the new time frame is going to work better. Obviously, it will be earlier in the day because obviously today was Father's Day, so we had to make an exception. Next week, doing it next Sunday is going to be massive because it's the same day as Forbidden Door. I don't know how we're going to do that, but we're going to find a way.
You're better off doing that on either Saturday or some point before, because next week Sunday we'll wait for the day is the Forbidden Door pay-per-view.
Yeah, so we'll figure it out though. But I'm doing well. I've been looking forward to this week. And I'm looking forward to seeing because this is kind of like the preview of what AEW is going to look like now with all their shows and everything like that. And as we talked about, Noah, it's going to be interesting. Saturday nights can be very interesting once PLEs and all these pay-per-views come into effect on Saturday nights. So
Jesus fucking Christ, I forgot all about that.
I was saying, again, we'll get into that and so much more. As again, there's a reason why I have the set in the background here. Whether or not he keeps it, that's up to the producer, man. But
Ring of Honor set, the fuck.
And I wore my CM Punk shirt because today was a special. Well, Saturday was a special day. But
speaking of shirts, freaking Noah have his suit jacket on with the damn logo. You wearing a actual shirt, and I'm wearing a fucking tank top.
Hey, you know what? Casual Sunday. How about that? I mean, shoot, CM Punk did it. The only difference is I don't have diet soda, but I still have Pepsi products. But yeah, guys, a new season has definitely been ushered in. A new era has also began, and we're going to get to that so much more. So without further ado, pleasantries exchange. Let's get right into it. So, folks, again, we are covering the last week in AEW, and it kicked things off with AEW Dynamite on June 14th, 2023, from our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., where it all began.
A D.C. native, let's fucking go, baby.
Rounds up. And of course, the venue where AEW Dynamite all began, the flagship show of this brand, in the Capital One Arena. Funny enough, before this, I literally went back and watched the very first show. You think about the very first match that involved Sammy Guevara versus Cody Rhodes, the crowning of the AEW Women's inaugural champion between Rico and Nyla Rose, the first TV exposed match of Maxwell Jacob Freeman MJF against Brandon Cutler. You think about the ending segment of Chaos and a new faction that developed so much in storytelling. And we also basically saw shades of all that and more here, including some of those people. And we kick things off in Zero, since you basically are talking about it. We'll let you lead this thing off, as we kicked off with the AEW World Championship title eliminator match between Maxwell Jacob Freeman, the current AEW World Champion, and Adam Cole, baby, their first time ever one-on-one encounter. And all I got to say before Zero takes the reins behind this, instant effing classic. That's professional wrestling. Damn it. Run it back. Zero, take it away. Your cliff notes, your thoughts on this match. What do you think's to come from both?
You see, man, with me, I don't usually take notes because
you don't have to. You give your own perspective as a fan based on what you saw. And again, you just talked about Pro Wrestling Noah. So how does Adam Cole and MJF match up when it comes to their styles based on who they've been mentored by and based on you first experience?
Okay, so for fuck's sake, okay, they're not on the same level as my boy Nakajima and them, but they did put on a great TV match. It was a really great TV contest. I don't even know what was the time limit. Probably
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Yeah, that makes sense. But they actually showed it a lot in 30 minutes, and there was some time. I don't know why MJF started to be a spot monkey and decided to jump off the fucking top rope and shit. That he's a heel. He's not a baby face because most dumbass baby faces will do all the jumping and shit. But
Right.
he decided to he he decided to believe that he could fly and jump off the top rope and do a fucking elbow drop. Oh yeah, and they basically, what word can I say about this match? It was fucking great for what it was, especially on TV. You're not getting a pay-per-view quality match, but you also are not getting a casual TV match. It's in between. They are like, you got skinny boy Adam Cole, baby, then the cunt MJF, and what makes this good is that both people know how to play as heels. Adam Cole's a babyface, but if you remember what he said, he did some bad things, but that's Adam Cole,
Hey, gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, and he showed more balls than Jungle Boy would ever shown because he used a fucking belt, and he's not ashamed of it. Jungle Boy was a bitch the whole fucking time during the damn Fatal 4-Way. Don't use the belt. Don't want to use the belt. Nah, man. Morals. Fuck morals. You gotta do what you gotta do. And to Adam Cole did what he had to did, even though it didn't get him the win because of the time limit. But if there was 5 more minutes, MJF's gonna win because he's a fucking heel dickhead, a massive dickhead. So he's gonna probably cradle him, hit him with the belt a few times, low blow, DQ win for Adam Cole, and just him escaping away. But yeah, like it was a really, really good TV match. I would love to see a rematch, which is probably going to happen after Forbidden Door. But I would say it was a match to actually watch, to actually see what actually happened and how they will literally blow expectations or maybe meet and also go ahead. But it is what it is, bro. And thank you to the DC crowd for actually enjoying this fucking match. The last time, I think the last time it was in DC, if I remember, when John Moxley returned.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was so fucking mad at my own natives, bro. Because that one, I don't know who the fuck he was. Like, man, I forgot what he said. It was something that pissed off Mox, and Mox said, "Get this guy out of here."
Yeah, basically, his past demons. Talking about get out of here, you drunk.
Yeah, I was so mad at my crowd. I was so disappointed in them. But they redeemed themselves here, and I was happy.
Yeah, shout out, by the way, the 2.5 guy, sign guy, the guy at the audience participation member of the night.
He was
Man of the year.
Yeah, man of the year, and sign of the year. Yeah, and again, Adam Cole asked for 5 more minutes. MJF's like, fuck that, man. I don't gotta give you 5 more minutes. I went 30 minutes with you. You couldn't beat me. You don't deserve the title shot. And MJF took his ball and left. But again, as champion, he has that advantage because again, it was a championship eliminator. Adam Cole did not beat MJF. Again, Owen, as Zero alluded to, it definitely was more than your standard AEW television match. It's been a while since we've seen a draw, actually, in AEW. I think about draws and I think about what they set up for, suspension of disbelief. You think about Grand Slam with Kenny Omega, Bryan Danielson. You think about Heyman and Page and Bryan Danielson. They went to 60 minutes, and then they ran that match back. So, again, I just feel like we just added another what-if scenario. There still isn't a definitive result. We still don't know who is the better man. So what's your thoughts on this opening 30-minute match?
I mean, don't forget the first ever draw, too, in AEW. Cody and Darby Allin when they had their draw, and it led to their series of matches that they would go on to have. But
that's right.
Yeah, this match was excellent. I wasn't sure how this match was going to be structured. I thought something would happen where, like, MJF obviously would try to get Adam Cole disqualified or something, and Adam Cole would go on a tear, but that didn't happen. I like that MJF basically hit a fan in the crowd. I mean, he didn't full on hit the fan, but he did the face palm to the fan.
He took his hat off.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Audience participation and engagement.
I wasn't sure if he
great.
was a plan or not, but I don't think he was. I think that was off the script right there. But yeah, this match was absolutely awesome. It's a dream match that I've wanted for a while because both men built. Even though Adam Cole NXT was already pretty much well built up, but he was a staple point of NXT during the Wednesday Night Wars. He was a champion and all that type of stuff. And MJF basically was one of the pillars, as we talked about, that helped build AEW from the ground up and made his name in AEW and everything like that, mainstream wise and everything like that. This was excellent. Really back and forth, made you question who was going to win. I really didn't know. I actually liked the fact that MJF did the elbow drop because MJF was willing to do whatever it took to basically make sure that he never had to face Adam Cole again. And the fact he still was going to go for the cheap count out, and you actually thought they were going to do a count out because they don't do count out finishes all that much in AEW either. But the last one, if my would it have been it was either Jungle Boy versus Guevara or Darby Allin versus Guevara. It was one of those.
It was Jungle Boy versus Guevara because MJF did the hit and run with the Dynamite Diamond Ring.
But yeah, I really liked everything that they put into it. I liked when he tried to pull the Eddie Guerrero, but the ref, fell to the floor too fast. That was funny.
That's first.
I just love that they were trying to do whatever it could. And think about it, this was just to get a title match, by the way. This wasn't even a championship match, and they were putting everything that they had into it. I kind of figured they were going to do the time limit draw, and I like the way they went about it, where Adam Cole totally would have beaten MJF, where it looked like he would have, but the time limit just expired and everything like that. And yeah, it was just really enjoyable. I like the fact, I feel like MJF didn't go the 5 more minutes because he got nervous about the fact that Adam Cole, if they went the 5 more minutes, possibly could have beaten MJF. And he didn't feel the need to go the 5 more minutes because, again, champion's advantage. I definitely think they're going to run this back. I think this is the best way to go about it because, obviously, as we've seen, they wanted to have MJF defend the belt against a New Japan guy at Forbidden Door, but they want to keep the Adam Cole thing open, so really both guys couldn't lose here. And I actually like that they did the time limit draw. I don't know how we're going to get back to Adam Cole versus MJF. I assume Adam Cole will demand a match, and MJF will say, okay, he basically has to do the Chris Jericho, the Bryan Danielson, where he's got to run the gauntlet and go through all these guys to get to him, which I would actually like that. I do think they have to kind of stop doing that type of stuff with MJF because it is getting very
predictable.
Yeah, but not just predictable, but very run-of-the-mill. They'll keep rehashing it. I like the fact that they changed it up this time, but that is one thing about MJF's character. Like, yes, he's still a great heel, but sometimes it feels like that they do a lot of the same stuff with MJF. Like, everybody has to go through all these obstacles to face MJF, and I don't mind it because he's a heel, but it gets very repetitive that every person that goes up to face MJF has to do this. I feel like Wardlow, it kind of ran its course a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, I'm really interested to see what happens with this. And again, I like MJF. I like the fact that he's been a different AEW champion who doesn't want to wrestle all these matches. He wants to obviously write his contract out, and whatever happens then happens. Is he going to leave with the belt or will he leave with the belt? We don't know, but I like the fact that they do this with MJF, and I like the fact that AEW has had their champions for the most part be something different. Chris Jericho was the first one that established it. Jon Moxley, his title reign was different. His second one, anyways, for different reasons. But not his second one, his first one. And then Kenny Omega was basically the person that went through all these matches, went through the heel tactics, but he knew he was the best wrestler in the world, and he was the belt collector. Heyman Adam Page was the person that went through struggles and basically got sober in his reign. And then CM Punk's reigns were, they were a thing.
Trash.
And then Jon Moxley's 2 reigns that he had were basically he wanted to fight everyone and and bleed. So MJF's reign, I really like his reign. So everything that went into this match was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it's one of those things where at the end of the day, MJF, who's still very young in the game, he still has a lot of insecurities, and everybody who he's been in the ring with has exploited them to their advantage, but they've only helped MJF shape himself and also continue to progress as a competitor, just also not only in ring competition, but promo game. I keep saying it. We still have yet to truly see what MJF is fully capable of, and he showed us what he could do bell to bell once again in the middle of that ring. all the mannerisms, all the suggestive ways possible, psychological warfare you could get when literally MJF channeled Shawn Michaels, and of course the dirtiest player in the game, Ric Flair and Jeff Jarrett, and even Rick Rude. He of course went back out into the audience, once again getting the audience manipulation on his side, taking the match away from his opponent. We go back in, MJF exploits a body part. He always goes after the arm. We saw him constantly work over that. We also saw at one point a nasty spot on the apron with the spinning tombstone. And we were pretty sure when Adam Cole came back in and caught MJF with the Ushigoroshi over the knee, not once, but twice, the way that he fell, that we thought his knee was messed up, that told a story in the match as well. And then down the line, these two were pulling out all the stops possible. At one point, we had a mat-based exchange where you thought MJF was going to hit his own sweet chin music. He got his own music hit in his face and literally busted jaw. And he basically was rot from that point on. Adam Cole at one point did drop the boom, but he was unable to capitalize on the cover. Then these two went to the outside of the ring, and the Devil with the death stare I've ever seen, like you said, Zero, went for broke with a Macho Man or / Shawn Michaels elbow drop. Nearly got the count out win there because that was right pinpoint on Adam Cole's arm, shoulder, and ribs. We go back inside the ring. MJF couldn't believe it. The fact that MJF was just laid out in the middle of the ring thinking, I got this. Just count that some bitch out. And again, everybody was in this match completely. The audience definitely had so much more when it came to emotion. There was nothing but absolute desperation at one point on both champion and challenger. And then we go towards the end where, again, we get a ref bump. And again, they're fragile. But what I love about this, that changes the dynamic what I used to see. You thought we were going to get an Eddie Guerrero-esque spot here. No, Bryce again falls over, does not see Adam Cole with the smoking gun. And we all know Adam Cole's track record in history when it comes to, well, if opportunity presents itself. And the audience like, do it, encouraging it. Just add so much more. Oh, he hit him with it all right. Then finally drop the boom, exposed knee. We go into the count, 2 9/10. I couldn't freaking believe that MJF survived that. And as the crowd was chanting, fight forever, we, of course, once again, breast vision obscured. We get a mule kick. He goes for that Dynamite diamond ring. But once again, caught red-handed, going in for the shot. Gets hit with a super kick. He finally hits the Panama Sunrise after the third attempt. Drops the boom again. Time limit expired. Adam Cole couldn't believe it. He asked for 5 more minutes. MJF looks dumbfounded. And then he gets his composure and and leaves. So again, to be continued, suspension of disbelief. Both champion and challenger look strong in draw. It's not a win. It's not a defeat. It's literally a cliffhanger yet to see who truly is the best. But MJF still holds all the power because, once again, he is still the AEW World Champion. To be continued. Phenomenal way to kick off the show, and you think about where we go next, possibly with Adam Cole. Adam Cole's back, baby. That's for damn sure. I cannot wait to see these two run it back at some point, but again, we'll have to wait and see as we have heard high nor tail from either man following Dynamite. And speaking of hearing high nor tail from a certain individual, we get a hype package, of course, for one, CM Punk, who says he doesn't know what he's going to do or say until he has that microphone in his hand. But I got a lot of things to get off my chest, and we'll talk about it here more shortly. All right, now we go into a promo segment. Oh, and you can take front on this. We talked about, again, the very first episode of AEW Dynamite. Let's not forget the inaugural AEW World Champion, Chris Jericho, and the faction that came to be initially with Jericho and Sammy come the end of episode 1. The Inner Circle, the Sex Gods, the two dynamic meme duo. Sammy Guevara comes down casually with Nate Paquette, and Sammy talks about it's been one hell of a ride. I came super close to winning the championship. I've come from the highs of highs and lows of lows. And if you didn't know, we're having a girl. Again, congratulations to both him and Tymel. Family is forever. I wish them the absolute best on that journey. But the thing is, it still doesn't change the fact that on one hand, I'm going to have my child as a father. And on the other hand, I'm still going to be one day AEW World Champion. But in order for that to happen, I'm going to have to make some tough decisions. I got to make some changes. And in comes another pillar and a person, no stranger, to Sammy Guevara and both respective men's developments. Darby Allin. Definitely out, who's definitely coming to his home for a much more character-based promo, says, Sammy, I mean this, by the way, when I say it. Congratulations on the baby, but I want to talk more about Double or Nothing. I don't know if you heard, but the people, it seems like they love you. And again, we're non-filtered. We're authentic. Respect. Learn something at our company. Yeah, there's a mixed reaction, but there is more of a positive reception towards Sammy. Now, whether or not that's just the father thing or the fact that he's garnered respect from the fans lately based on his overall in-ring performance and his character work. Because you can't argue his you can't argue his athleticism. That's all I'm going to say about that. But basically, it says that, are you going to stand on your own 2 feet or live in the shadow of the JAS? Because me and Sting, we're equals. It's not the Sting Appreciation Society. And say his name, you get your usual weekly standard, a Judas sing-along, cut abruptly short by Jericho, who, once again, the subtle changes in Jericho's character, presentation, his attire. Just saying. He comes out here and basically comes to Sammy and says, the last 3 months, you've been chasing MJF. You didn't call me once. And again, I'm the guy that helped you get to this spot. I made you a star. And if it was for me, you right now probably be standing here as the AEW World Champion. Sammy, the counterpoint, he says, though, it's funny because if you would have reached out to me, then you probably would have lost to Adam Cole. Twice. Damn. And Jericho simply says, maybe you got some solutions here, but also maybe you need to be reminded who is your boss. So I'm going to give you the chance to apologize right now. Sammy emphatically says, I'm not apologizing for shit. But when you think Jericho would be pissed off, he simply says, okay, well, maybe we need to reunite the Sex Gods and have a tag team match, and maybe then I can remind you who the boss is. Why Darby suddenly just comes out and says, Jericho, you might call yourself the Wizard, but when you get into the ring, the magic is gone. Damn, Darby, when did you get this sort of unique rebuttal type persona? I like it. But then Jericho talks about, Darby, you really should shut your mouth. But maybe Sammy and I should just beat the living shit out of you right here, 2-on-1. Suddenly, Darby says, I'm not really alone. I can't believe in 2023, before this point, it's never happened with these two, Jericho and Sting, face to face, bats in each other's hand. I don't know why I want this one-on-one match so bad. No words exchanged, just a bat, neck to neck. But Sting knows how to swing a bat better than Jericho, as he literally knocked Floyd out of his hand. Jericho's like he didn't lose a hand in the process. As Jericho suddenly walks away, but I don't think Sammy walked away with him. At least not initially. So, Owen, Sammy Guevara, maybe it's finally time he takes a different direction and truly does stand on his own. Because as of late, we really have seen the Jericho Appreciation Society not really as a united front nor a dominant thing in AEW. But Sammy might have more potential if he stands out on his own, to say the least, such as Darby Allin has, endorsed by Sting, not simply appreciating the icon. Your thoughts on this entire segment?
Yeah, this segment was absolutely awesome. Obviously, I like the fact that this was Sammy's first promo since Double or Nothing. I like the fact that we didn't see him for a while. And the promo that he cut was awesome. He's basically a babyface now. I would say he probably turned babyface roughly around Double or Nothing. They were building to it, but obviously, I would think Double or Nothing was, his official turn. It's pretty cool just because, everybody was against the idea of Sammy and Ty being together for reasons that have been discussed before and everything like that. I think at this point, everyone just kind of over what happened, and now they realize, they realize kind of what happened. We can't change it. But yeah, I liked this here. Sammy kind of very passionate promo. I liked Darby's inclusion into it because, they will both have been pillars. Darby and Sammy kind of have like a unwritten bond in AEW because, from their matches and the TNT title, the tournament, Revolution in 2020, that they have that unwritten bond in AEW. And, I love the fact that we're going to finally get some disillusion between Jericho and Guevara. We've seen it before, obviously, when MJF joined the Inner Circle and when the Inner Circle was slowly crumbling when Santino and Ortiz broke away from it. And who knows what would have happened had the fans not turned on Sammy Guevara last year? Would he have joined the Jericho Appreciation Society, or would he, had stayed a babyface? But what happened. And I really was interested because everything that Jericho said about Sammy Guevara, is pretty much true. He pushed for Sammy Guevara to be a heel because Jericho talked about this on his podcast shortly after the Inner Circle we formed and everything like that. That, he saw what Sammy Guevara was like as a babyface. I think it was the NWA. And stuff like that, and said that, this guy can't be a babyface. He's a heel. And he saw like his AAA work and all that type of stuff. And without Chris Jericho, who knows what Sammy Guevara would be in the professional wrestling industry. Jericho has had a lot of influence in that. I can't believe that this was the first time that Jericho and Sting shared a win together. I was thinking they had to have shared a win together before, right? But no, they never shared a win together. I was thinking they shared a win together like during Ric Flair's birthday, because that's the only other time I could have thought of. But no, because Jericho was out of WWE by that point. But yeah, it was insane, and it's everything that you could have ever wanted. And then, I like Darby Allin's role in this. I like the fact that, Darby Allin's evolved as a character. And, I liked the subtlety of this. Like when Jericho mentioned me and Sammy are going to beat you down. Sammy had this weird look on his face, like he wasn't into it. And, when Sammy didn't leave the win with Jericho, he was kind of laughing at Jericho when he got punked out by Sting. Like, I like what they're doing here. The only thing that sucked about this segment is they kind of advertise. I mean, obviously, we're going to get that match eventually. But if you watch this, you would have thought that the tag match was going to be Sting and Darby Allin versus Les Sex Gods. But that's obviously not where they're going at this moment, which I'm fine waiting. You could probably do that match at All In. That probably makes the most sense. But it seemed weird because they basically are just going to do a match that, and they don't even really have much of a history with the guys that are actually going to face. I think the only real history they have is that Jericho lost to Action Andretti. I know we're going to talk about that later, but it does seem weird.
1, 2, 3 kid and friggin' 2023. I don't continue, but yes.
But it seems weird that the guys they're actually going to face, like they didn't do I mean, obviously they might do it on the road too, but they didn't do like a promo or anything like that, like about those guys. I mean, they did show footage of it, but it was just strange that you would have thought the match was going to be the tag match. But I like this a lot. I really like the subtlety of this. And AEW and Chris Jericho himself, I think I understand how to stretch the storyline. I wouldn't even have, Sammy turn on Jericho and completely leave the group for a while. I would save that to like maybe even All Out or even Full Gear if you can. So I think that'd be awesome.
That'd be a slow burn.
The thing I like about Jericho and AEW, because I think AEW gets this critique, is he always tries to work with new people. He always works with a new person at least every couple of months or so, or at least every year or so. He always tries to do something new in AEW, which I think I like Jericho for that. And he is a draw. He's probably the biggest star they have in AEW, just because you're guaranteed to be in a segment every week. At least when you're in a program with Jericho, your stock in the company instantly goes up. And I just like this a lot. And I like what Jericho's doing. I think Jericho needs to start getting some wins on his belt. I've talked about this before, just because he lost 2 big feuds, actually really 3 big feuds. He lost the ROH title to Claudio, then he lost to Ricky Starks, and then he lost to Adam Cole. I think Jericho needs to get some wins on his belt, which I think is why they're going to reform Les Sex Gods temporarily. The best way I think to break up Sammy from the Inner Circle is maybe they do a tag title match, maybe FTR versus Les Sex Gods, and Sammy completely walks out of the match or something. They start to piss each other off, and it leads to Jericho turning on him or something. But it really could go either way. They could take the Sami Zayn bloodline approach, where obviously not to that level, where Sammy's the one that turns on Jericho, which I think would be nice. But I'm really interested to see what happens here.
That's fair. And again, Zero, I heard you subtly about Sammy Guevara, and we'll talk more about that later. But sounds like Owen's long-term booking potentially maybe the end of the Sammy and Jericho connection that's been happening since episode 1. I feel it'd be more poetic though if they actually did do it at the anniversary of Dynamite, because again, it was the very first episode of Dynamite where it all began. So that being said, the engagement with Sammy Guevara and Jericho at this point, and then the subtle underline, I feel, interest in the idea of Jericho and Sting. To me, Jericho, he's already a fully established name. He's a legend. He's a Hall of Famer, first ballot candidate for everything. I don't think he necessarily needs a win. He's that guy there that's just creatively pushing forward talent. Sammy Guevara is a homegrown talent under the learning tree of Jericho. Maybe now Jericho thinks, okay, maybe it's time you do go on your own way, but I'm going to subtly still test you before I truly believe you can literally stay your own way for the long haul. Again, during this 3-month span, he did stand on his own, going out to the AEW Championship, but he also did work alongside MJF. And MJF and Jericho also worked along each other, so MJF has also been underneath that learning tree. The bottom line of this whole segment, though, sounds like Sammy Guevara is finally looking to take his career in AEW in a whole different direction, as truly a solo star. Your subtle thoughts on this promo exchange?
It was a segment. Like, this promo was actually pretty. It was interesting, especially since, like, for some reason, Darby decided to call out Sammy for whatever, like, personal reasons, and it
Right.
like, it's a bit interesting because, like, usually they might call them out or call people out because, I want to challenge you, but this is more of a heart to heart because, like, Sammy, like, despite me not being a fan of him, he is a really good fucking worker. He is really fucking good and
dedicated.
And Darby literally said that you could just step out of Jericho's shoes and you basically could be a fucking star, which is true because Jericho did help build Sammy character because I remember him coming out with a fucking panda outfit, bro.
Yep.
what a change of character from being a panda band to being literally the Spanish god. Like, it's fucking great. And with him and Jericho, this could be a good feud because this could literally be the feud that we could finally see Sammy break the shackles from his mentor, Jericho. He could finally stand on his own 2 feet without this fucking guy by his side, literally creating factions just to be nothing but a circle jerk towards Jericho. So this could be good. And the whole him versus Sting thing was actually pretty fucking bizarre. But
right?
but I had to think about it. Sting is now New Jack because he want to jump off shit. And
that's true.
And Jericho is now just trying to drink from the fountain of youth just to keep going. So I wouldn't mind seeing a match. It probably going to be a good 10 minutes, 15 minutes because I don't want to see no dead old fuck on the mat because the mat is sacred. So
agree.
So with this whole thing, I could see, like, this is probably just me, but the main character of this whole story is Sammy Guevara now. Sammy's the centerpiece, not Darby.
Correct.
Because Darby's gonna be on Perks coming soon, and and now Sammy could finally showcase that he is the one to climb up the ladder, just like the Fight Forever trailer. Climb up the ladder and actually become his own man. Doesn't need no fucking Y2J. It doesn't need no goons by his side, just him and him alone, going, to do some, maybe capturing some more gold, and not be inside of a group who is just a nothing but just stroke machines for a man.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, stroking an ego. I mean, you basically summed it up right there. And Darby Allin and Sammy Guevara, nothing but mutual respect based on both men's work rate, dedication, professional development, if we're being perfectly honest. And again, the only time we really have seen Jericho and Sammy in an altercation was that fatal four, as you alluded to, at Full Gear last year for Ring of Honor World Championship, and then they pinned Chris Jericho for it. Something at that point right there just told me that, there actually might be some potential here for Sammy to surpass Jericho in this so-called Jericho Appreciation Society, or finally mutiny and go on his own. And here we are now after Double or Nothing, the first ever AEW pay-per-view main evented by these original homegrown talents, Sammy Guevara and Darby Allin. In conclusion, yes, Owen.
So there's two things I want to say. First, I think one thing we should mention, I like what Darby Allin said when he mentioned how he lost, and he's fine with working his way up the ladder again as Darby Allin. I thought that was a nice touch. And I think there's one other time that Jericho and Sammy Guevara have gone against each other, if you remember. And I can't blame me for forgetting about this because it was a train wreck. It was that triple threat tag match when it was Jericho and MJF versus Sammy and Jake Hager versus Santana and Ortiz to decide who was going to be the... Yeah, that did happen.
That's right.
That did happen. That did happen.
The pandemic, yeah. Jericho, okay, everybody wants to be in this match. They want the representation of the Inner Circle for the Tag Team Championships, some of the Young Bucks at times. So, yeah, Jericho set this up among his entire faction. And MJF and Jericho were the winners.
Yeah, it really was. There's a reason, because that was when Jericho wasn't the best in that match. He best up the Lion Salt in that match. So there's a reason not a lot of people remember that match.
Also, it was a pandemic, to be fair, as well. Just putting it out there.
That is a fucked up match if I ever seen one, bro.
Pandemic had some weird moments, I will say that.
It sounds like a universe mode or fucking some fucking My GM booking shit, bro.
All right.
Hell?
All right. Well, again, that being said, we will see how this continues to unfold, and if we do get somehow Sting versus Jericho, which, again, I would not be against. All right, quick little thing here. 8-man tag. The Mogul Embassy took on Sting. Again, the way they just transitioned seamlessly. As Sting, Darby Allin, Keith Lee, look at this one, Keith Lee, of course. And Freshly Squeezed Orange Cassidy, our batterly bruised, still AEW International Champion, with one Daniel Garcia watching on from backstage with invested interest in Orange Cassidy's, one of Orange Cassidy's best friends, who holds the Ring of Honor Pure Championship. We'll talk more about that slowly later. This was a fun 8-man tag. This was the usual Sting spot, because the only thing that's fair about Sting, he doesn't lose in AEW. I will say this, though. Brian Cage, I like the retro Sting look. Shout out to that. That was classic. Early going, it was just fast, frenzy action. The Gates of Agony were brutalizing Darby Allin, as your typical ragdoll-esque type shenanigans were. As Swerve was looking for the JML driver, but Darby Allin was able to counter it. Next thing you know, Keith Lee comes into play. We get some more subtle tension, tease, suspension disbelief for Keith Lee and Swerve, especially when Swerve went for that roll-through flatliner, and Keith Lee just caught the man, looked at him, and fool, what the fuck you think you're doing? And before he could try and kill him, as Keith Lee was cleaning house, Gates of Agony came back, fired up big elbow strike. Brian Cage. Give me Brian Cage and Keith Lee, by the way, because I need this one-on-one again at some point. Orange Cassidy goes for the orange punch. Brian Cage intercepts, though. Darby Allin blasts his Cage, though, with a shotgun drop kick. Then Sting knocks Khan to the ground with massive strikes. Toa crushes Sting, though, in the corner with running splash. Absolute crazy 8-man insanity. As Sting takes down Cage with a clothesline, and after Orange Cassidy with some assistance, Sting was able to finally hit the Scorpion death drop on Brian Cage. Brian Cage, who better, strongest member of the Mogul Embassy. After everybody else was taken on the outside, and Dustin Rhodes just watching on. And Sting gets the win, as Tony Giovanni Sully says, God, I love pro wrestling. So, biggest face takeaway here. We need Brian Cage versus Keith Lee. They still need to set up Keith Lee versus Swerve. Daniel Garcia, clearly watching on, being a previous challenger for their national championship, but he's also made his intention to be known. He wants the Ring of Honor Pure Championship, despite him being a split at the leader. So take that for what you will. And hey, Sting, he still got it, and it's still hell fun to watch Sting wrestle in 2023. Does anyone else have anything to say about this 8-man frenzy?
This was an 8-man tag. Next person.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I liked it a lot. At first, I thought Brian Cage was imitating Hawk from the Road Warriors because he had the mohawk going on too. So like,
fair.
Fucked up mohawks. I swear to God, he need to cut that shit now.
Yeah, but I liked this. I thought everybody in the match played their roles well. I thought Keith Lee was kind of random to have in it. It made sense for him to be in it though because he has been feuding with Swerve, but like he seemed kind of an odd fit. I think I'm saying it. AEW needs to do better by Keith Lee. Like
completely agree.
Keith Lee needs to. I'm not saying he has to be main event, even though I would like that. But now that we have a new TNT champion, there's a new guy that can go for that TNT title, and that's Keith Lee, and I would love that so much. But
my fucking boy Keith Lee to just like say, "Hey Tony, can you do me a favor and stop fucking my booking up, bro?"
Yeah, like it's been
tired of shit.
I wonder if he and Dustin together was an idea of Keith Lee or Dustin, considering that Dustin's also on his last ride. Dustin was not involved at all in this match. And let's keep in mind, Keith Lee and Dustin Rhodes are a tag team right now in Naturally Limitless. And you consider the passion, the pedigree of promo, the integrity of both men. This tag team could literally have something go for them. And considering what's happening next week, Wednesday, maybe we'll get more silly about that as we talk more about that later. But I do agree. I do feel like Keith Lee, they've botched the booking pretty bad lately since the whole Keith Lee Swerve breakdown, which still has yet to blow off in one-on-one actions, suspension of disbelief. But anyway.
Yeah,
that shit makes me want to cry, bro.
Yeah, but I like this 8-man tag a lot. I thought everybody played their roles very well, and I think the right team went over in the end of the day. I feel like Sting shouldn't lose until he loses to Darby Allin. Not as a heel, by the way. I mean, it could work, but I think Darby should do it as a babyface. I think that'd be okay. I was trying to think like, was Brian Cage the right guy to eat the fall? But really, I don't really think anyone was really a right choice, anyways. So I guess someone had to take the fall, and just happened to be Brian Cage. So there you go.
I think Brian Cage was just having one of those moments where it's like, oh my gosh, I'm in the ring with Sting. I feel like, and by the way, for those that don't know, hello, this is an industry. Everybody, to a degree, there's a lot of people that actually do respect Sting. Yeah. And I feel this is a moment for Brian Cage. Why else would Brian Cage come out as Retro Sting back in early WCW days? Hello. And then take a picture with the man backstage. This was Brian Cage's moment. So good for Brian Cage having fun here. All right.
Like the Team Taz callback, too, where Taz mentioned the Team Taz history that they had with Sting and everything like that. I like that.
Yeah, that's a good throwback there, too. Again, who better? Again, Brian Cage, phenomenal athlete. All right, well, this was fun. The As Boys basically say they are the best tag team. That's why next week they're going to challenge the Hardys because they believe that they are more extreme. Moving on. TNT Championship match as Wardlow took on Big Hoss, Jake Hager. Second time ever one-on-one, Owen. And again, it was your typical Hossman fight. Arn Anderson, of course, wasn't really a force here to be reckoned with. But Hager, good power, game of the early going. I like the fact he went for the quick attack before the bell ring. Screw that purple bucket hat. Wardlow, though, was able to come out of the corner with clothesline, German suplex, and then once Wardlow, he basically stretched the shoulders and the neck out. It was basically Wardlow's match, but not before Matt Menard and Joe Parker came down for an interruption. Arn Anderson fended them away, though, with his Glock, and then Brock Anderson came out. The Enforcers, how fitting, literally driving away the JAS as Wardlow sent Hager to the outside with a clothesline, smashed him with a senton off the top. Good Lord almighty, this big man flies. And then Wardlow finally hit Hager with a Powerbomb Symphony. 2 Powerbombs, by the way, folks. Quick, simple match. Good effort by Hager. And Wardlow retained. But that was not the story here, as Luchasaurus and Christian Cage appeared on screen. Christian Cage talked about a couple weeks ago on Dynamite. You issue an open challenge to Luchasaurus, and we accept it. But what are you going to do when your daddy isn't there to help you? Happy Father's Day, by the way, as this is being recorded. And Jesus Christ almighty, they bludgeoned the hell out of the Enforcer. I have not seen Arn Anderson look like that sort of a wreck in a long damn time, Owen. So TNT Championship match, though.
Yeah. This was solid. This actually was the third time they faced off, but second time actually in a match because the second time was like a cage fight. But I liked this a lot. I like the call back to the history. Jake Hager is just a really good performer now. I've been doing a lot of retros where it's like his early days in WWE, like 2010. It's a completely different performer. Like you wouldn't even believe it's the same guy type of thing.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Jake Hager really is really good now. I like Wardlow. We're gonna talk about this, but I hope he's moving on from the TNT title program because he doesn't need to be in that division anymore.
Fucking God.
And but yeah, I liked this match. I liked what they did having the Jericho Appreciation Society 2.0 interfere and the enforcers because it led to what happened later backstage. And I liked how they set up the TNT title match at Collision, which gets official. It is unfortunate, obviously, that we couldn't hear Christian Cage's promo, but shit happens. These things happen sometimes. There's going to be technical difficulties. We still go through technical difficulties, so we're not any better sometimes.
But by the way, did anyone else notice? I don't think it was during this, but did anyone else notice just randomly out of nowhere the word "no" just flash on screen?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know if that was building up to someone coming into AEW. If that was somebody hit something. I don't know what. If I don't see anything about it this week, I will. That's definitely they should turn that into something like a hacker or something. I don't know.
I don't even know what the. I don't even know what the hell that was. I was just like, that was just random.
But yeah, Wardlow looked strong here, and I think the last time Arn Anderson was in that bad of a state was probably when Malachi Black debuted, and I don't even know if it was even that bad when Malachi. Black...
he just knocked the man out flat on his feet. So
Malachi took his head off, bro. That shit was awesome.
That spinning back heel kick, that black mass is no damn joke from that guy with a Dutch Muay Thai background. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, but I liked that they blew this off, and I liked that they referenced the history that they had together, like from like years ago and things like that. So this was good. This was good stuff.
Is there anything you want to add about this TNT title match?
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I did not watch this match. I'm gonna be real. I appreciate not watch
the honesty. There you go.
Like the only thing I saw was what happened afterwards, bro. Like I don't know what the fuck I was doing during that time, but I did not watch this match at fucking all. Like to be fair, it was probably a good match because of two big dudes just slapping meat, but I would say this. Okay, so who said Brock Anderson came out and helped out? Like, did he?
Father and son. Because Brock Anderson came out to fend off Matt Menard, Angelo Parker, along with Brock Anderson.
I want to see more Brock, bro. I want to see this guy. I've been telling Noah Owen. I've been telling Noah for a while now, right? We need to see Brock Anderson and Brian Pillman Jr. on TV as a tag team, basically reforming the not Fortune 4, but like the 4 Horsemen.
Yeah, because they teamed up doing Ric Flair's last match. I think they faced the Von Erichs, I believe. So
you would be correct.
Bro,
I think that's definitely like an influence. I think of Cody leaving because I think Cody was very supportive of Brock Anderson, and ever since Cody's left, a lot of the people that like he was behind haven't really been showcased on TV. I don't think that's anything, against like because Cody's not here. I don't think Tony Khan's doing the whole thing. Oh, he left my company. I don't want to push these people now. I just think it doesn't help the fact that you don't have the guy that was an EVP kind of backing
the younger
guys.
guys.
The guys
exactly.
Like,
so I don't think it's necessarily anything where like Tony Khan's resentful of Cody. That's why he's not pushing these guys. It's just Cody's not there to back these guys up as much as he was before.
Plus, there's too many people on the fucking roster.
We already know that.
And they're signing more people till this day.
That's what these companies do, man. That's what they do. It doesn't matter what company. That's just what they do. There's just some companies that know how to organize a more internal roster or a core roster of less bodies than others. Hello, Impact. That being said, go check out Datila's Impact Wrestling Reviews Weekly, folks.
It was a match. It was a match that happened. Brock. If I would have saw the match, I would have popped seeing Brock because I want to see that guy more. But right after the match, Luchasaurus tried to murder Arn Anderson,
After taking his thumb.
took his Glock and stole his clips and basically stole his shoes. Probably drive by and everything. And then Christian says, "We going to win a title. Who is we? I don't speak French, bro. So do you mean Luchasaurus or do you mean literally the Nintendo Wii?" But yeah, so for some reason we is going to take the title. Then a no says on the screen because that is how I feel. No, it's not going to be we. It's going to be I. We learned this in elementary school, bro.
Right. Grammar is important, even
Yes.
in the Canadian system, because
Yes.
just remember, Christian Cage's Canadian.
Yeah. Shout out to my one Canadian friend, bro. Get your fucking country in order. How the fuck a goddamn forest fire come to down here, bro?
Damn.
Come on, bro. What the fuck y'all be burning? Y'all smoking some shit to the point that the whole forest got on fire? But anyways,
Again, dry heat causes that, unfortunately. It's a huge problem in California, and the aftermath hit us, but, well, not here in the States, but yeah.
California and Florida are not states. They're countries at this point, bro. But like, but anyways, so
Yeah, bad.
Luchasaurus is going to go up against Wardlow for the title, and I'm going to talk about that when we get to there because I have a lot of shit to say about another person who's supposed to be a fucking pillar, but his own tag partner got more shit than him himself, bro. That is crazy.
You're not wrong, and we're definitely going to talk about that here shortly. But it's kind of a good segue because we do have not one, not two, but three basic kind of promo segments as we build towards, again, what's coming this upcoming weekend, the Forbidden Door. So let's go ahead and slowly talk about them. So first off, we get a little vignette from the freaking high WGP World Heavyweight Champion, Sonata, who simply says he is issuing an open challenge at Forbidden Door to anybody on the AEW roster to step up and face him for the title to show that New Japan Pro Wrestling is the strongest, best form of professional wrestling. See you soon.
Cap Noah.
Again, I'm just going with Sonata's words, man. It's Sonata, okay? And as the face of New Japan Pro Wrestling, you got to have that pride. You got to put that much focus into your company. And the fact that it exists 51 years later, maybe there's some credit to that. Anyway, despite going to Inokiism. Anyway, as we move on from there, before we talk a little bit about the person that accepted it, we also go backstage with, of course, we don't go backstage. Another segment happened with the ace of New Japan, Hiroshi Tanahashi, who basically called out MJF, says that as long as you're champion, that belt won't shine like it should. Last year, I came very close to being Moxley for that title. So this year, why don't you face me one-on-one? And then, just like a solid cause and effect, we find MJF backstage receiving medical attention, being basically approached by Renee Paquette. As Renee tells him, it's been official. It's going to be you versus Tanahashi at Forbidden Door. And MJF looking dumbfounded like, come again? Yeah, I'm actually going to say no to that one. I don't feel like giving a world title shot to some random from a kinky dink indie fed in Japan. So as far as Tony booking me in a matchup, it would be the first time I no-showed something somebody booked me for. So Tanahashi, sorry, no can do, bro. Later, Renee. Damn. And one more little segment before I give it a zero, who's laughing out as we keep talking about the Forbidden Door. Renee Paquette. I gotta respect Renee Paquette. Always professional. Always busy. She's backstage then with the international champion, Freshly Squeezed Orange Cassidy. And Renee basically asks, what's the future hope for Orange Cassidy after already defending this title 24 times in less than a year? Acknowledge that shit. Orange Cassidy says, yeah, now this works. Probably right about now, somebody's going to walk in and challenge me. It's like he just called it. What I did expect, though, was the freaking NJPW World Television Champion, Zack Sabre Jr. Hello, mate. You mentioned my name a few weeks ago on the media scrum. Well, I might be the first New Japan World Television Champion, but next Sunday at Forbidden Door, isn't it, darling? And then he brings up the idea of being the AEW National Champion. In comes a previous challenger, Daniel Garcia, who says, you don't even work here, but the idea of being a double champion sounds great to me. Where's your boy Shibata at? He'll be here next week. So how about you two guys fight me and Shibata next week on Dynamite? See you guys there. And Zack Sabre Jr. is typical way, just like, okay, Danny boy, let's do this.
Bro.
All right, Zero, go ahead and talk about these 3 segments that have Forbidden Door implications because, wow.
Back to back, this shit is fucking me up, yo. So, oh my god. First Sonata with the clean cut and the actual trimmed hair. Look, this man is looking fly as fuck, bro. I swear, ever since he left LIJ, he looking different. This man went through phases, bro. The TNA phase, the Great Sonata, the LIJ, and now just 5 guys. This is crazy. This is fucking
I love
crazy,
this
bro.
faction, but the name is so ridiculous. Continue.
And so, like, he decided, you know what, bro? I beat Okada. I beat Hiromu. I need a challenger. Hey, does anybody from AEW want to come pace me for my Divas title?
Oh yeah,
Bro, I'd be making one of my friends mad every time I say the title looked like the Divas Championship, bro.
Damn.
it does.
It fucking does, yo.
You're not wrong. I'm saying you're not wrong.
Does,
Anyway, continue.
but yeah, so like so so he put out the open challenge. Cool, fine. Then the next segment happened when Hiroshi Tanahashi, I swear to God, this man looking fine as fuck.
He doesn't age.
He does not age, bro. If I'm not committed to Hiromu, I would have gone with him, but but so he decided to challenge MJF. That was unexpected because I thought somebody else was gonna come in and challenge him for the belt, but Go Ace, he's about to be 0-2, bro. I'm sorry, but I love him, but he's gonna be 0-2 in Forbidden Door at this point because it's like I want him to have another match against maybe somebody else that's like on his caliber, but the fact that he challenged MJF is a bit mind-boggling. Then MJF is like, fuck you, bro. And then just don't want to accept the challenge and literally said that I'm going to no show. Okay, cool, bro. I don't give a fuck. This is you. But if this match is actually going, okay, 2 things could happen, and this is me fantasy poking the whole fucking joint. One, he just doesn't show up, but he does appear on the screen saying, haha, fuck you, I'm getting bruh, this bag is mine, money, baby, fuck off. Or Tony Khan is like, you're contractually obligated to show up. If you don't, I'm stripping you from the title and I'm going to suspend you. I'm going to freeze your contract because fuck you.
Yeah.
Until you clean up your act. So he does show up and he get himself DQ'd. Or maybe he does have a little tussle here and there. And either he might win by some bullshit way, or like I said, the DQ win. But that's also going to lead to his other feud, either with Adam Cole, probably. So right after the match, Adam Cole is just going to fuck him up, basically call him a coward, call him every name in the book, and basically says, if you don't go, like, if we don't have this rematch, then you're basically saying that you're scared of me. You're a pussy. You can't hang with my caliber.
Right.
The fact that the champion is running away from the challenger, basically saying that you're not better than me, and you know it. I'm better than you, and you know it. Then, like always, MGF, small dick energy, Paisley like, how dare you, da, 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 and basically blindly accepts the challenge without
And the
him knowing that he
insecurities of the
accepted challenge.
champion, as
Yeah,
we talked about earlier.
yeah. So that's basically how it's gonna be. And what's there another segment? after
Zack
that?
Sabre Jr. showing up and confronting Orange Cassidy for their national championship, and Daniel Garcia making his intentions known. He wants to go after the Real Pure champion. We got a tag match made next week in Dynamite.
Daniel Garcia is gonna fucking die, bro.
Yeah, right?
Bro, like he wants to go up against Shibata, bro. Shibata is just, I swear, ever since he's not wrestling in Japan, he just going stupid, bro. He just like Shibata is just Shibata, bro. Like if you know what's going on with him in New Japan, how come he's not having no more matches down there? It's because all the but the fact that he's down here in America and just PKing everybody he sees, bro. I didn't even think he was gonna win the title. He beat fucking Wheeler Yuta for the
He took
title,
the kid to a master class. And Matai
Oh.
at zero, Sabata has not used a single rope break yet.
Because he's the fucking GOAT, though. But like, so seeing Zack Sabre Jr. is always fun to see because I love when he's just talk shit. It's just hilarious. But I just love to hear him talk, bro. It's just
Yeah, I know.
And so that he is like, you know what? I want your title, bro. Orange Cassidy, like, whatever, bro. Daniel Garcia, I want that pure title. Shibata in spirit. Okay. The fuck? It's just like this tag match's about to be jacked up, bro. Not in a bad way. It's just gonna be fucked because you got one of them is not like the other.
Right.
I'll let you guess. Because my answer, I don't fucking know.
Well, I mean, again, you can't argue Daniel Garcia and his technical background. I mean, again, he won 60 minutes with Wheeler Yuta. He's a former Ring of Honor Pure champion. He and Yuta feuded over that title. You got Orange Cassidy again, who's defended his title 24 times successfully, every way possible, every victory possible within the last year. And then you have Katsuyori Shibata, who basically is a walking machine as soon as that bell rings, and it almost feels like he doesn't feel pain, but he wants to. His opponent just doesn't bring it out of him. So now he focuses on a technical side and basically trains everybody to out wrestle me if you can. And so far, nobody has. So it's going to be a fun sexy match. So there you go. And of course, Zack Sabre Jr. Everyone else is a dickhead. Tekka's for life. So, all right. Owen, before we move on to the next match, is there any solid cliff notes you want to add to any of this Forbidden Door buildup?
So the Sonata promo I thought was good solid promo. I like the Hiroshi Tanahashi promo. It actually makes sense for him to go up against MJF because Hiroshi Tanahashi likes to do everything the right way. He's very,
integral.
He's very integral. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. And MJF, has been winning all his matches dirty. I remember when last year when Hiroshi Tanahashi won the U.S. title against Kenta, he hated the way he won the belt because he thought it was like, he basically won the belt dirty, even though it was within the rules of the match and everything. So I'm really looking forward to see what's going to happen with that. I liked MJF's promo a lot. It made complete sense. It's basically the storyline that I've written where I think he should just like big league Forbidden Door, and I like the fact that he's going to try to do that. And I think the idea that they're going to do is they're going to do Zero's second idea, where like Tony Khan, obviously he won't appear on screen or anything, but like Shivani will say for Tony Khan that if you don't show up, basically you're suspended and all that type of stuff. And then I really liked the Orange Cassidy, Zack Sabre Jr. I don't know what's being set up there. If it's Garcia, obviously Garcia versus Shibata is being set up, but Zack Sabre Jr. versus Orange Cassidy, I really want to see that because I remember a lot of people. I think they wanted to see Orange Cassidy versus Will Ospreay last year, but that's not the match they really wanted, and it really surprised a lot of people. It ended up being like one of the best matches at Forbidden Door last year.
Best matches of the whole damn year. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and then this match I think Zack Sabre Jr. and Orange Cassidy I think is going to surprise a lot of people. I'm really looking forward to seeing Shibata versus Garcia. That match is probably going to happen at what's the name of the show they're doing? The OH.
Death for His Honor, but if you ask me, it sounds like these are both being set for Forbidden Door. It's just a matter of them becoming official.
Yeah, and then I like we talked about. I think I mentioned this before. I think Daniel Garcia is going to be the one that forces Shibata to have to use a rope break because I think Garcia is totally capable of doing it. So
That'd be an accomplishment in its own right. All right. Simple Soul stuff. All right, Owen, let's go ahead and talk about the AEW Women's World Championship match as Toni Storm with Ruby Soho took on Sky Blue, Mama Blue at ringside. Sky Blue's first AEW Women's World Championship opportunity in her young up-and-rising career. Out of the gate, she hit the crossbody press for a 2 count, caught Toni Storm by surprise. Toni Storm goes for the hip attack. Sky Blue is able to scout it and follow up with a hip attack of her own. Hey, I like Sky Blue's hip attack. I'll just say that. And then Sky Blue's mother was, of course, sitting at front row. Toni Storm Rousseau exploited that and spray painted her in the face. You don't mess with another person's mother. I don't care who you are, all right? Hell no. And then Sky Blue, she was having none of it. She jumped out of the ring with Tope Suicida and dropped both those outcasts. Don't blame her. As Sky Blue followed up with another kick to Toni Storm, Toni Storm was able to grab a handful of tights and then pull Sky Blue in from first into the ropes. As Ruby Soho passed a can of spray paint to Toni, right what the Strat did. But hey, Sky Blue, different shade in your eye. Sky Blue with a can of blue spray paint. How poetic. Right in Toni Storm's eyes. And then she rocked her with the cold blue. I thought we were going to have a new champion. What the fuck moment. Rightfully so deserved it would have been. Not quite. Damn it. As Ruby Soho once again got on the apron to distract the Sky Blue. Sky Blue came back and took her out. But then Toni Storm hit Sky Blue with the Storm Zero out of nowhere. And Toni Storm did not win with that move. To my knowledge, that is the first time I think a competitor has kicked out of the Storm Zero in AEW. And again, that goes to the testament of the will and the resilience of Sky Blue, the same woman that hung with Athena and came this close to claiming the Ring of Honor Women's World Championship. Just saying. But Toni Storm, she was pissed off. I haven't seen Toni Storm this pissed off since Stardom. Locked into Texas Chloe for the first time in her AEW career, and Sky Blue no choice but to tap out as she continued to hold the move, and they were going to go for post-match beatdown. Ray and May since 2022 both found a mutual respect, both AEW homegrown originals, respectfully so. Willow Nightingale comes in, fends up the Outcast for now, and that was the end of that match. Great game effort. Good time given, by the way. Respect women's wrestling. To both champion and challenger, Sky Blue is a future champion. Mark my words. Oh, and your thoughts?
Very good match here. I like the hope spots they gave to Sky Blue. And her kicking out of that Storm Zero, I did not expect. I marked out when that happened. I obviously like the submission finish. I would have had to do it, obviously, in front of her mom, like right in front of her mom, where she had to look at her mom and then tapped out, just for the more heel heat. But, that's just me being cool right there. But
that's my Storm in the moment's like, fuck you. You're going to kick out of my move. I'm going to break your back.
Yeah, pretty much. I haven't been a fan of the Outcasts, obviously. They haven't been a very good act, I thought, in AEW. I did like that they had a cutout of Saraya.
Yeah, and apparently Saraya's reasons like, I'll be caught dead before I'm in a cesspool like Washington, D.C. Damn.
Yeah, and I liked the save of Willow Nightingale was good. I'm pretty sure they've teamed before, so it made sense they have that friendship going on. I think that's going to set up a future New Japan Strong Women's title match. It's probably going to be Ruby Soho versus Willow Nightingale. Maybe at Forbidden Door, that'll be like one of the buy-in matches, which I'd be a fan of. And because obviously Mercedes Moné is probably not going to be able to make that Forbidden Door at this point. But I'm liking this. And yeah, it was just really good. It set up really nicely to that tag match. I do wonder if they should have inverted it, done the tag match here, and then done the women's title match, just because it would have been a lot more. But then again, I've seen like 3 times a major wrestling company had the hometown person be built up to win the title in their hometown or home state, and then they don't win it. So I kind of like the fact that we had that change this time.
Right, because Sky Blue's from Chicago. We're in Washington, D.C. Although, funny enough, when we first had Dynamite 0, Washington, D.C., Episode 1, native Nyla Rose was going after the inaugural AEW Women's World Championship. She lost 3 hosts. So, again, its history has a merit. But your thoughts on this Women's Championship match?
This was actually the final parts of the match actually had me, though. Because I was like, oh, shit. Sky Blue actually going to fucking win, yo?
That close.
And then she lost. I'm like, brah.
Yeah.
Why they have to tease me like that, bro?
Because that's the way they do it. That's how you build somebody up.
I know, but there be times that I'm just like, just pull the fucking trigger, bro. I will be
Not
happy
yet.
as shit, yo.
Yeah, it's not time yet.
But I'm
All in due
happy
time, my
as
friend.
shit
All in due
that
time.
but I'm happy as shit that Sky Blue got a fucking chance to shine because I've been hearing a lot saying that saying that she's underrated, that she's a homegrown talent actually going towards the title and getting her chance. And I think she might get her rematch.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. And if she actually wins the rematch, I'm gonna be shocked because part of me feels like if the rematch happens, she might lose because it's a safe bet too.
Right.
And there's gonna be another star that's going for the title because I feel like the outcast is basically the outsiders from the NWO, all that
Pretty
shit.
much.
So like all the outsiders in one group because you know what, these homegrown talents, they wasting their opportunities and they're just a bunch of pussies. I'm like, okay, cool. And now I think this is going to accommodate. We was saying that this might accommodate in Blood and Guts or some shit like that, but I don't think it's going to be that no more. I think it's going to take a homegrown talent to actually dethrone the outsider champion.
Right.
It'll make sense because
Yeah.
the outcast getting beaten by the homegrown, take the title, and yeah, champion. But
Do you think this would be the big moment full circle for Jamie Hayter at All In? Possibly.
maybe depends how she heals up, and depends if they feel like doing it because it'll be great if this is the way that Jamie Hayter is going to regain her belt back in the UK. I'm not against it. I wouldn't mind that happening.
I,
But now,
yeah.
but we got to make sure that the champion is credible.
Mm-hmm.
Let her kiss some wins on her belt, and actually tell Jamie Hayter comes back on time, so they could do the match and have the big pop.
Yeah.
But
Again,
yeah,
I think that's the way they were building it out for since the Double or Nothing angle. It's just a matter of Tony Storm beating the likes of Hikaru Shida, Britt Baker, like you said, build up that repertoire of her once again as AEW Women's World Champion and really back up the moniker I'm the best ever. But again, a long-term storytelling here. And from a dive bar of 300 people to 70,000 people in her home country, Jamie Hayter, homegrown, organic, respected talent too. I just feel like it just writes itself. It seems so poetic. So honestly, I hope that does happen. But again, we'll see. Again, Sky Blue, tremendous effort on your first. Definitely won't be your last. Trust me, folks, her time's going to come. I truly believe that. I've been a fan of hers since AAW, home promotion in Chicago. All right. Slowly put, Jungle Boy Jack Perry, he says the Sunbird Jungle Hook is in full swing as we go backstage. But to be honest, I'm starting to feel a little naked standing here next to Hook without a championship of my own. So I'm going to accept Snai's challenge after being endorsed. And as Renee looked for a response from Cook, Jack Perry. Now, this is interesting. Actually, I've been meaning to talk to you about this. We come out so quick, and again, we go back to Jungle Hook, the Fat Red defeat as a tag team. But besides you being my tag team partner, you're my quote unquote, folks, best friend. It would mean the world to me if you had my back and be in my corner after being endorsed. And Hook just looks at Jungle Jack Perry and fist bumps it. I don't know about y'all, but seriously, Hook gives me more of an actual equal vibe to be a challenger to Sonata more than Jungle Boy Jack Perry. But those two words right there is enough for me to believe something, just something, might finally give to show this man is more than just the freaking son of the late, great Luke Perry. Besides that, I don't got much more to say. Okay. Anyone have anything else to say about this?
This promo was thumbs up. I'm looking forward to seeing Sonata versus Jack Perry. I mean, it's kind of predictable that I don't think Jack Perry's getting the belt. I really would like something to happen where, like, a New Japan guy gets an AEW belt and an AEW guy gets a New Japan belt. I pitched that last year, but then Tomo Ishii got injured, so it kind of couldn't happen.
Damn it!
But I really wish it could happen because it could open up a lot of doors and all that type of stuff. But I just don't think Jack Perry is going to win the title. It's really too much of a hassle, I think, for him to have to travel to Japan and have to work AEW. That just isn't logical and just isn't reasonable. especially with the G1 coming up. Like you would have to defend the belt there and stuff. Yeah, I'm wondering too if they're building up like a title match for the FTW title between Jack Perry and Hook, which I would like. It would be like the first. It would be like the most. I think drama you would have behind it. Like Hook could lose the title.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm interested. I am interested. Promo was fairly standard though. Really nothing to like write home about. It was just fine.
Zero, anything to add beyond that? And I do agree with your moniker. By the way, I love the previous moniker. Shibata versus Nakajima does need to happen, but you need to get Forrest Noah back in AEW as well. Anyway, your thoughts on this promo?
But,
again, are we setting up maybe the Jungle Jet Prairie versus Hook? And could the FCW Championship maybe be the first singles gold for Jungle Boy Jet Perry?
All right, so Jack, good luck.
There you go. Respectful.
Good luck, bro. I don't think you're winning this fucking belt slip. Might as well start dreaming for it, but also so this match caught me off guard because I was expecting somebody else. I was expecting Jack Perry, bro, of all fucking people. But I will commend him for trying to be one of the pillars to win an outside belt. Especially a belt from New Japan.
The belt from New Japan right now.
Yeah.
Didn't get a new design, but fuck me. But
agree, but continue.
But I would commend you for being that pillar to actually do that. But then again, there's a lot of people out there that is a better contender than you. But I hope you do good in this match because you is a really good wrestler, bro. It's just that you're fucking born at this point. But the fact that you have to say compared to me and you, Hook, I feel naked. I was like, you don't say. But but he doesn't really how to put this because I was watching ECW Heatwave 98.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and about
do you not think Jungle Boy Jet Prairie fits the attitude of the FTW Championship when Taz made it? Basically?
The FTW belt is the fuck the world champion belt, bro.
Right.
So
by name.
By name. So it's a belt because fuck the world champion. I'm the true champion. And if they want to make that belt more credible, why not do this, right? Hook loses by a Paradise Lock because LOL.
Ah, damn.
And what? He don't know how to get out of Paradise Lock, bro. But
yeah, who has the keys to that? Apparently, Jake Lee does, according to All Together. But continue.
So so Hook is embarrassed and he gets desperate for gold because he saw his tag partner win gold before him. We're gonna get to that because I would love to talk about that a lot. But he gets desperate for gold because he saw his tag partner and his best friends holding gold. At this point, he just wants some gold. So basically, he snaps, he turns on Hook or whatever, and he goes for the FTW title. If you want Jungle Boy to win that belt, let's bring back how the belt's supposed to be back in ECW. Because fuck the world champion. I'm gonna join.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow you gotta add one.
All right.
1 o'clock.
All right. But like but yeah, he wins the belt and he makes the belt like how it was in ECW. Basically, since I can't win the world title, then I got this belt because fuck the world champion.
So I mean, again, it has been defended before in pretty much F the rules type of match against Ethan Page, so I wouldn't rule it out. But yeah, Jungle Boy Jet Prairie, maybe Sanada's the guy to bring out a new attitude in him. If nothing else, it's a proving ground for Jungle Boy Jet Prairie to see how he hangs with one of the best professional wrestlers on the planet. And you kind of can draw some similarities between him and Sonata. Sonata being under the leader tree of Keiji Muto. He never was going to be the guy because Keiji Muto would never let anybody surpass him, but you'd be on top by him or with him. Then he became ungovernable with a faction of individual identities and goals where pretty much everybody was seen as an equal, tranquilo. Then he finally decided to just put the reset button, stand on his own. Now he's the freaking IWGP Premier Heavyweight Champion, beating his rival. So for Joe Jack Perry to hang with Sonata and find new direction in his character, where he's not just the sympathetical son of the late great Luke Perry, it might be the change that he needs, and maybe going one-on-one with Hook will bring that more out of him, because Hook is a guy that really speaks emotions without saying anything at all. So again, it's one of those dynamics that on paper you're like, what the fuck? But out of it, could something else happen for both? I think so. We'll find out soon enough. All right. Well, as we get to our main event, of course, we learned the card for Collision officially. Miro will be in action. Andrade Eagle returns, taking on Buddy Matthews one-on-one. Warlow will defend the TNT Championship against Luchasaurus. We will hear from the Acclaim. Women's tag team action was made, as Will Nightingale and Sky Blue took on Ruby Soho and Toni Storm. And, of course, the main event, CM Punk's return. CMFTR takes on Samoa Joe and Bullet Club Gold, Rock Hard, Juice Robinson, and Switchblade Jay White. But before all that, it was time for our main event, as the American Dragon Bryan Danielson joined the broadcast booth, and they were, of course, hyping up the fact that Bryan Danielson will be involved at Forbidden Door one-on-one in what many would call a dream match, as he takes on the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada. Let's fucking go. But in the meantime, we talk about the heart, the soul, the spirit of AEW. This is episode 1. Once again, going to war with Blackpool Combat Club. John Moxley, Ring of Honor World Champion Claudio Castagnoli, book him against Tomohiro Ishii. And, of course, with a Yuta, take on the Hung Bucks. Heyman and Page and the Young Bucks, Matt and Nick Jackson, who were basically looking to stand tall at high noon. And this was everything you would expect from these 6 men. Aerial, offensive, physical showcase with a touch of violence. In the early going, the Elite sends the Blackpool Combat Club all over the place with super kicks. Super kick party was on point here tonight, and more, I think it was overkill. Page connects with a shooting star press to the floor to Yuta. Matt follows up with the quick tag, but then Moxley gets speared and grounded and pounded by Matt Jackson, the emotionally, I feel, triggered individual of this group, just saying. While Nick Jackson shows his perpetual tag team synergy, comes off the top rope with a crossbody to John Moxley. The way that Nick Jackson floats in between out of the ropes seamlessly still impressed me to this day. While Moxley finally gets him and Page with a tope suicida, back and forth bashing Claudio Castagnoli, X Factor, difference maker, the freaking power of this guy. Good grief. Why Mox finally connected with a King Kong Bundy lariat and got style powder on Nick Jackson for our first near fall of the match. 2 count. And then as this kept going, Heyman tossed Yuta with a fallaway slam as that wide-eyed cowboy clean house off the hot tag. And then Page sent Yuta into the corner with a power bomb. And then, of course, we had combination kicks again from the Young Bucks. You get a counter how many super kicks happen here. Norman Light suplex showcase by Matt Jackson on with a Yuta. And then he got 2 for 1. While Clio hoisted Matt Jackson up and Mox jumped off the top rope and hit him with a Doomsday device. Nice callback there. And then we got the rear naked choke, and Nick Jackson somehow was able to break it up and save the match with a senton. Overkill, if you ask me. As this match continued going forward, Bucks pulled off a super kick party against all 3 members of Blackpool Combat Club. They sandwiched with a Yuta with the BTE trigger and finished him off with a buckshot lariat. And for the first time in over a year since John Moxley's been a part of Blackpool Combat Club, keyword John Moxley, because originally he wasn't always the part of the club, the Elites get the win over these trio. Clean in the middle of the ring. What a friggin' match. Fun little showcase. But that wasn't the way to really end things here. I think about episode 1 and the chaos that ensued with Cody Rhodes being the challenger for Chris Jericho's AEW World Championship. You had Cody. You had Dustin. You had the Bucks. You had freaking John Moxley. You had Kenny Omega. You, of course, had MJF. Then you had Jericho. And then you have Jake Hager, who made his freaking debut. As the Inner Circle stood tall, you're like, where the hell we go from here? Talk about domino effect in storytelling. As, of course, Blackpool Combat Club, Bryan Danielson says we don't stay down for long. They go in for a post-match beatdown. And of all people to show up for their aid, if you want to call it that, I know it wasn't that shit, Eddie freaking Kingston. And immediately he goes right after Claudio Castagnoli because he can't stand that fucking man's guts. And again, he came this close, claiming the Ring of Honor World Championship last year at Final Battle. Let's not forget that. as he literally took the Blackpool Combat Club out, including the spinning back fist, the Hurricane. We finally see, for the first time in a long time, Eddie Kingston and Jon Moxley face to face. Before we could get some sort of idea where both men stand, the Young Bucks come in, they try to attack Jon Moxley, but Eddie Kingston pulls Matt Jackson off Jon Moxley, like, nah, man. And as Jon Moxley and Eddie Kingston are about to go face-to-face again, the Young Bucks once again try to get involved in what really was kind of the business, but not. As Eddie Kingston says, this is who you roll with, and we're wondering what happens next. Konosuke Takeshita comes out of nowhere. Remember that great opening match, by the way, with these two? Let's run it back. On Rampage, he clocks the man, drops him like a bad habit. What a shot to the back of the damn head. Jesus. And then literally winds up with a hard right and takes down the Buck. As the boos rain out in full force, Don Callis, of course, watching on from the rampway. There's that line I was waiting for all damn night. As Kenny by God Omega comes down to the ring and cleans freaking house Konosuke Takeshita, finally nails him with the bang V-trigger and Snapdragon suplex. But as he pulled the V-trigger and called his shot, the timing. Just say this, the timing. Will Ospreay out of effing nowhere hits the man with a damn hook kick. And as Kenny Omega finally gathers his wits and sees what's sitting in front of him, and Will Ospreay reminds him what happens. You remember me, bruv? Bam! Hidden blade right to the friggin' face, followed up with the damn Stormbreaker as he sits on the ropes, and Tony Schiavone's like, what the hell? And freaking Excalibur's running down Rampage, which they didn't run down at all, but also confirmed that Will Ospreay will be in action. We're going to talk about Rampage in less than 10 minutes. I can't tell you that right now. And then, of course, we talk about everything that's coming up for indoors. It will be Will Ospreay taking on Kenny Omega for the IWGP United States Championship. And basically, Excalibur doing his typical rundown. Ospreay's making a statement. And right before we go off the air, what does Will Ospreay do? One last hidden blade, as Excalibur suddenly says, what are you doing? As Bryan Danielson and Don Callis subtly applaud as Bryan Danielson says, you know what? I think we're looking at the winner of Kenny Omega versus Will Ospreay. This man deserves a standing ovation. So again, Eddie Kingston, where do you stand? Jon Moxley, where's your friendship? Where's your allegiance? Konosuke Takeshita, the first member of the so-called family, as Don Callis looks to cut the elite out of all elite wrestling. Who the hell else is going to become part of this family? Where do we go from here? Are we going to get Eddie Kingston versus Jon Moxley? Is Eddie Kingston going to align himself with the elite? Are we getting Eddie Kingston versus Konosuke Takeshita? Can Will Ospreay beat Kenny Omega? Jesus Christ, chaos fury galore in the last 5 minutes. One of the best innings I've seen on Dynamite in a long damn time. This was fucking awesome for what was truly an incredible AEW Dynamite show. Woo! All right, Zero, your thoughts on that trios match and the aftermath?
Remember the very first episode in the ending, and Jon Moxley Death Ridered Kenny Omega to a glass table?
Yep.
This reminds me of that, because I remember seeing that shit. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, hey, yo.
That thing shattered too. Good God.
That was shattered. That was sugar glass at its finest, I believe. But but this whole the match was a match. Fuck the match, bro. I'm just gonna talk about the fuck what just happened, because
I don't blame you.
So many things happen at fucking once. Because it's just like one thing happened, bam, another thing happened, then bam, another thing happened, then like it just keep going and going and going. And this was like the final few minutes of the damn show, and we got like 20 shit happening at fucking once. I'm like, God damn, bro.
Pretty much.
Overbooked, but god damn, bro.
Did it not work for the 5 minutes though?
Yeah, because it basically gives everything more. All the stories that's going on, like each every piece is going on right there. Hey, shit, bro. So let's break it down by one.
Go for it.
The Elite one. Hey, I don't give a fuck, bro.
And they won the battle. The war continues.
Yeah, like it doesn't end shit. Y'all won. Shit, y'all fucking lost at the main match. That means a lot. But I get why you lost, because Takeshita. Yeah, but
just saying.
So delete one, yeah, and then fuck. What?
The Blackpool Combat Club assaulted
Blackpool
the
Combat
Elite, and then
Club.
next thing you know, Eddie Kingston's music plays.
But seeing Eddie Kingston again, I'm like, oh, let's go.
I miss this man.
Bruh. But speaking about Eddie Kingston, I'm gonna give y'all two things. It's a fun fact and a congratulations to him, because congratulations to Eddie Kingston for making to the G1. He's finally doing something he wants to do. Congratulations. You're not winning the fucking G1, but I hope you did good though.
Hey, maybe he can win his block.
If he wins his block, if he win his block, bro, I must be so happy. I'm gonna run around the fucking block naked, bro. Because I'll be like, yes, sir. But yeah. But so here's the fun fact. Him, Eddie, and Claudio has been beefing since Chikara.
Yep. Back in the early 2000s, when literally, again, at one point, you wondered when we were going to get, like, you know, a handshake on respect. Never shook the man's hand, and they've been at each other ever since.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Also, here's another. Here's a random fun fact. Orange Cassidy's gimmick in Chikara was Fire Ant.
Damn. Anyway, anyway, continue.
But yeah, so like, Eddie Kingston come out. Of course, he's going to go after his biggest op, Claudio. Moxley's like, what the fuck, bro? I thought Moxley was going to clobber Kingston, but he didn't. If you remember years ago, when they was first beefing in AEW, him and Mox, it got a bit personal. And I love the promo they did when they can't touch each other, bro. It was emotional. The heartstrings was like it was pulling because John was told to watch over Eddie by his mother. So when they had that I Quit match, in my opinion, bro, I was rooting for Eddie the whole match, bro. But Moxley won. It was a really good way. It was a really good match, bro.
Really good pedigree too. Anyway, continue.
Mox won, and then the exploding barbed wire death match. Onita is rolling in fucking wire, crying his eyes out after the match. The match was good though. Let's not take away the barbed wire match was good, but
I agree.
But Eddie came in to try to save Mox. So that and their bond play into now is going to be interesting, because Eddie is focusing on fucking Claudio, because Claudio is his biggest op right now. He wants to take
and he
it
still
down.
has the Ring of Honor World Championship. He's not done with it yet.
I want Eddie to win the title, for fuck's sake, bro. Oh my god. But yeah. But like here's another here's another a fact. Eddie actually won the Chikara world title, and I think he was the inaugural champion. So if he wins the Ring of Honor title, I think this will be technically his first world. But yeah. But anyways, till now they never, like, him and Mox was, they didn't throw hands. They were just looking at each other. I think they was conflicted. Mostly Mox is mostly conflicted, because if you remember, Mox was being a dickhead now. He been beating motherfuckers up for no reason, bro. If you associate it with the Elite, if you even look at them, you are targeted. And Mox would be one of the main ones being the shit out of you for no fucking reason. Him, Claudio, and their young boy. Yeah. But Mox wasn't going to attack him. I think Mox is the one that's mostly conflicted, because he doesn't want to attack Eddie. He actually likes Eddie.
Even though he says you are a hard man to fucking like, you know that. And to put this in perspective,
Yeah,
Zero, we have not
true.
seen any. We have not seen Eddie Kingston and John Moxley in the same ring capacity since last year's Blood and Guts.
Yeah. So, and remember, Eddie had to swallow his thing. Well, Eddie had to swallow his pride and have to cooperate with Claudio, even though Claudio took, the fucking win
Moment.
because
Yeah.
Eddie was ready to kill him. But yeah. So after that, fuck, who else came out?
Konosuke.
Konosuke came out, attacking Eddie.
Drop that,
Konosuke
man, like a bad habit. Damn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Konosuke is going to be a fucking star, bro. Then Kenny Omega came out. They, threw hands. Kenny Omega V-trigger Konosuke. Ah ha 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 ha. Hook kick by. I love Will's hook kick. It's so good, crisp, spot hit. Fuck off. Lay down.
The timing.
Yes.
The timing. He came into the ring after Kenny Omega was running in with the V trigger. Like you blink, and all of a sudden Osprey is there. Kenny Omega had no effing idea.
Yeah. And then
So he got a hook kick. He didn't even turn around and see the back. He got hook kicked after hitting the V trigger, and the momentum just bounced him back towards the center of the ring.
I mean, hook kick. Get on your knees, fool. Hit him blade on the back of the head. Crown.
No, it was right to the front. It was right to the front at first, man, because Kenny Omega saw it firsthand.
Yeah. Taking a hidden blade in the front has to suck.
Yeah,
I can only imagine.
Yeah, because like
Jesus,
the thing with the back of the head, you can really just easily knock them out. They won't even know it. But in the front, your nose, your eyes, your lips, bro, just clean your clock. Just clocks you. No Rolex though. But bro, and then Daniel Bryan being the creep got a hard on, but like yes. I'm like, bro.
the subtleness of Bryan Danielson's love and this violence.
It's like, but I like my main prediction is Will Ospreay winning because it makes more fucking sense. Plus the fact that Kenny's not gonna be there defending the title like a lot. Unless it's strong shows, even though, but I think the U.S. title needs a new champion because one, like Kenny's not going to be there making all the dates, especially since he's working weekly for 2 to 3 shows a week.
Well, this is Kenny Omega we're talking about,
not counting the house rules, but it's like. This is going to be this whole ending. There's too much to take in. A lot of shit fucked me up, and it's just like they are setting up 3 fucking shows at once. Forbidden Door next week, and then weeks after that, and everything. But I hope by Forbidden Door we either see Kota Ibushi come out being like, "Y'all better stop fucking with my boyfriend, bro."
Oh boy.
Just have the Golden Star be like, hey, we're not going to see Kota Ibushi. We're going to see Murder Ibushi. the motherfucker who literally no sells and clean your clock. Ask Okada and Jay White what's it like to be in the ring with Murder Ibushi, bro. Takeska's going to crumble like a bag of fucking rocks.
They know firsthand what that's about. Yeah, I mean, my God, what a freaking ending on a freaking ridiculous show. Owen, your takeaways from that match and the moments before we do the Rampage relay.
Yeah, so the trios match I thought was awesome. It was really fantastic. I loved everything that they put into it. The Elite win, it made sense. They needed to get their heat back since they lost at Double or Nothing, and they've had a lot of big losses as of late. This was actually, I can't believe it. It was the Heyman, Adam Page, and the Young Bucks' first trios match together in AEW. It was insane. I thought they had one, but I guess they didn't.
Not the Humbucks. Nope. That was Ring of Honor.
Yeah, but I think the reason I thought they had one because I remember they had like an 8-man tag where Omega teamed with them, so that's probably why I thought they had one. That they faced the
Yeah,
Bros,
but
Butcher
as
and
far as
Blade,
the trio together, no.
They worked really well together, though. I wish the Elite would get rid of that theme song they have, Carry On Wayward. I don't necessarily hate the song. It just doesn't fit the Elite at all. And, I like the old Elite theme better. So,
I mean, they did come out with that literally the first episode, so I can understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. Bryan Danielson was awesome on commentary as always. I love the silence that he had the second Wheeler Yuta lost. He was not happy. And obviously, I like the post-match attack. Eddie Kingston's return, I loved. Simon Miller said it best on What Culture a while ago. I don't think Eddie Kingston believes wrestling is a work. I think he thinks wrestling's real because, with the promos he cuts, I think he thinks this is real to him. I loved what they did, obviously. He wasn't even out there to save the Elite. He was out there for himself. And that look between Jon Moxley and Eddie Kingston, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do there. If it's going to be a swerve and he joins the Back Row Combat Club, if they're going to face Eddie Kingston versus heel Jon Moxley, I'm really all ready for because
that's a whole different dynamic.
Yeah, that we haven't seen before. And then I liked obviously the inclusion of Konosuke Takeshita, the return of Kenny Omega. I do wonder if they brought him back too soon after Double or Nothing, but they fixed it. They had Will Ospreay lay him out afterwards. And as you don't know, I talked about this on the recent episode of Wrestling Rundown. I'm a big Will Ospreay fan. I think he's a freaking star. He's not just a guy that goes out there and, does all the big high spots and everything. He's got his promos timing down now. Like the evolution that I've seen of Will Ospreay from Wrestle Kingdom, I think it's 12, all the way to now is just insane. Like it's a completely different performer than he is. He's really he worked on his craft and everything like that. And he was always a great wrestler, but he's got that character dynamic down now. And I will admit, on AEW, he's not as big of a star as in New Japan because New Japan's mainly his home. I think if he ever signed with AEW, he could make that his home and he could just be a star in AEW if he really wanted to be. Or obviously, if he went across the pond to WWE, he'd be a star there too, I think.
No, he's also said though on Chris Van Vliet's interviews that he doesn't really want to do WWE because what he really does enjoy about what he does do for wrestling, he loves the style, he loves the schedule. Now that he's a family man, he really has gotten his whole life together.
Yeah,
he can go at times, go home and enjoy and engage in his family. With WWE, he wouldn't be able to do that. And with AEW and NJPW and this partnership they have, he could work between both, and it's a great synergy for him.
But yeah, I love this closing angle here. It reminds you a lot of the early episodes of AEW, not even just the first episode, but like even the Go Home episode before Full Gear, they did
this. Yes, that one segment where Jericho just runs to the camera, man, as his camera yells, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
Oh man, bodies are everywhere.
But I even loved right at the end, right when the show was about to go to black, just for good measure, Will Ospreay just laid out Kenny Omega again with the Hidden Blade. Like, I loved this. This was awesome. And it really hyped you up to want to watch Forbidden Door. I do think Will Ospreay, I don't know if we're doing predictions or not when we do Spoke next week, but I do think Will Ospreay's winning the belt via Don Callis shenanigans. I don't necessarily think he's joining Don Callis's like faction he's got going on. I think he's kind of doing his own thing right now, but I definitely think there's gonna maybe they'll add somebody else to Don Callis's faction, but yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Like this whole show was awesome. The biggest takeaway for me from this segment was Jon Moxley and Eddie Kingston's face-off that they had going on. I mean, this segment was so awesome. As you saw, Noah, the thumbnail is mainly this segment minus the CM Punk thing. Obviously, that's its own thing, but that's how awesome this segment was.
Yeah, bar none. You got your money's worth for what's ahead in AEW in these last 5 minutes alone versus this entire show. But this show, top to bottom, was fucking phenomenal. All right. And again, as Excalibur suddenly said, Will Ospreay would be in action this week on AEW Rampage. So as we move on, let's go ahead and quickly talk about that because JR, of course, wanted us in because it was Friday night, and you know what that means. Same place, though, of course, it was recorded. By the way, shout out to my friend Eric, who was there live. Hope he had a great time. We kicked things off with a trios match as Crowns Up, United Empires, Will Ospreay with Kyle Fletcher with the Imperial Unit, Jeff Cobb, took on Chaos, Chuck Taylor, Rocky Romero, and Trent Beretta. And this was your usual six-man tag, kind of like how they showcased live Road to shows in New Japan. Fletcher in the early going, he knocks down Trent. Trent versus Kyle Fletcher would be a great one-on-one match, actually. Then Ospreay and Rocky, they are tagged in, and the history with these two, going back to when Ospreay was a junior heavyweight, just saying. Then Jeff Cobb comes after an uppercut and chop exchange, and basically, Trent and Chuck double team Cobb with shoulder blocks to finally try and take the Imperial Unit down. Then Chuck wipes out Cobb and Fletcher on the outside with a moonsault. As this match continued going forward, Will Ospreay fired back with a corkscrew drop kick after Chuck was stopping a mud hole in Will Ospreay. Not very Kentucky gentleman like of him. And then Kyle Fletcher comes in and blasts Trent with a brain buster out of freaking nowhere after freaking Trent was coming off his own suplex machine. As Rocky and Trent use tandem offense for Punky Vice represent, hitting Cobb with running knees, Cobb comes in and clobbers Chaos with straight, of course, double clotheslines, and basically Imperial Unit proved what he was. As he threw Rocky with an overhead suplex, good lord, could have threw him back to Roppongi. Ospreay nailed Rocky with a diving elbow strike as Will was looking for the hidden blade. Rocky countered, though, with a backslide for a nice near fall, King of Sticky style. As Fletcher spiked Rocky with a tombstone pile driver, Ospreay finally followed up with the hidden blade after it was set up. Even though they did, give the people what they wanted at one point, it wasn't enough. As Rocky fell at the Commonwealth Kingpin's hands with the hidden blade, and Will Ospreay pinned Rocky Romero, Kenny Omega, good luck. A fun opener, per usual, in the Rampage way, as we continue to hype up Forbidden Door. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, very fun opener here. The man that impressed me the most in this match was Kyle Fletcher, because this is really the first time I've really seen him on his own. He's obviously been in the tag team with Mark Davis, but obviously because he's injured at the moment, he's got to do things on his own. But I was really impressed here. Jeff Cobb was really good in this match. I thought he was good, but I think the standout of the match was Kyle Fletcher. I think Will Ospreay didn't do a whole lot this match because they want to save his body. Yeah, they also I think want to save his body too for obviously the rematch with Kenny Omega. I think they want to preserve that match. They don't want him getting injured or anything like that because Will Ospreay, he's gonna when he wants to put his worker boots on, he'll put his worker boots on. But Kyle Fletcher really impressed me. I think he deserves somewhat of a singles push, not necessarily like main event, but I would like to see him get like a TNT title match or maybe even like an ROH pure title match or something because I think that would be good for him. And yeah, I liked obviously who they went with the decision, Eat the Fall, because Rocky Romero is basically kind of the guy in the business who is that veteran that it's not really going to hurt him if he wins or loses. It's Rocky Romero. Yeah, just a very fun, enjoyable opener here. I did think it was kind of funny. I kind of laughed that they had basically Will Ospreay out there like earlier. I know they did intermission probably and all that stuff and replaced the Emperor, but Will Ospreay just came back out and did his entrance and all that stuff. I always find that kind of funny on Rampage when that happens. It was very funny.
Well, of course, they do the 5-minute exclusive intro on YouTube. Zero, you and I both know how this trios match is going to go down. But, if nothing else, I think Kyle Fletcher versus Trent would be a nice one-on-one match. But we put both men in the Owen with the Owen, of course, that's going to start up and be known at Forbidden Door as well. Any other takeaways you want to take from this six-man tag?
It was a six-man tag match.
There you go.
All right. Then that brain buster.
Jeez.
I thought, yeah, that made me... Especially too because the history of Trent's neck issues. Like I had to look away when that happened. I was like, oh
yeah, I feel like Trent forgot he had a neck issue because he's almost like Kota Ibushi. He just goes all in and literally just puts his own well-being at risk. Good grief.
Yeah.
I do gotta say, Jericho on commentary was kind of annoying here. I know he's a heel now, so I guess it's better. But sometimes on commentary he's just really bad. Like he's worse than Booker T on commentary right now. That's how bad he is.
Hey. Don't you fucking dare slander Booker T's commentary. He brings in character, bro. That man is shit and good at the same time. I would not be here for the slander.
All right.
I'll slander. I really don't want to slander Kevin Patrick though. He's a really nice guy. He's very nice.
I don't care about everybody else, but
don't slander Booker T.
I
They
heard
pop-
enough from Aftershock. I'm not trying to hear on here.
All right, fair enough. That is WWE. All right. Well, speaking of WWE, former WWE talent, you remember the name? Oh God, I don't even remember the freaking name. Fancy Monet? I don't freaking know. It was a failed project. Botch.
Frankie,
Yeah, Frankie Monet. Thank you.
yeah.
La Buena Loca, Taya Valkyrie took on Trish Adora. Beat her immediately. This was different though. This Taya, haven't seen this Taya at AEW. This reminds me of the kind of Taya that was involved in MLW for a little bit till she just lost the title to Danny Moe. Congratulations. And there they go on. Taya cracked Trish some overhead chops, and then Trish came back though, and again got caught with double knees in the corner though. Then a sliding German suplex. It was almost like Taya was like showboating, kind of showing you I don't have to do a whole lot. I'm going to remind you all exactly who I am. I la Buena Loca. As Trish tried to rally back, though, and battered Taya, Taya kind of welcomed it and then speared her in the next week. And instead of taking her on the road to Valhalla, she set her up for the Widow's Peak curb stomp and beat her.
All right. So I am going to say this about Trisha. She is a DC native.
And a former vet. Respect.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, because okay, this is her. I bet. Okay, so I love looking at the smaller indie wrestlers. I do follow a few. One of them, I low-key have a crush on him, but I did talk to him a few times. Daisy Kill. He also he did some work also in the NWA currently, which is fucking awesome. I'm happy for him.
Good for him.
And for Trisha Adora, she's currently the Pan-African World Sports Wrestling World Champion, and she's currently held in it for 1,220 days.
Respect.
And she also and I believe she also wrestles for Fight Pro, which is a promotion in DC. So I am happy for her to get some showtime in AEW. Congratulations.
There you go.
I may be from Maryland, but I'm part of the DMV, metropolitan. So DC.
I mean, it's same area, you know, the semantics.
So yeah, I'm happy that she got this, show. So yeah, let's go, bro.
I mean, she was most recently involved also in a proving ground match against Fina and Ring of Honor. So again, good for her getting the opportunities that she absolutely deserves. But clearly, Taya Valkyrie is trying to bounce back to become one step closer for the TBS Championship. Not much more to say, unless Owen, you want to add anything.
Yeah, not much more to say. Typical squash. I guess the thing I didn't like about this was I wish they had Taya Valkyrie actually turn heel before the match. It seemed like that she just kind of came out and was a heel. She never really turned or anything like that. You did see moments like maybe she's a heel, but they should have had her actually turn heel. I hate it when wrestling companies do this, where they come out and they're just a heel now. There's no turn or anything like that. And
random character, just a random change in attitude.
It makes no sense.
No,
I did get the vibes too from Impact. I think this is when she was the longest reigning champion at the time. She was doing this gimmick also.
Yep,
and in Lucha Underground, she was doing this a little bit too. So,
like I said, she's been doing it all over. The only place that she hasn't done it was during her time in the NWA against freaking Camille. By the way, congrats to Camille. Still 1X for a reason, and she is on her way to, I believe, 800 days. Fucking phenomenal. All right. We go backstage. Lexi Nair is with the Hardys. I'm just going to say this real quick. Jeff, mad respect wearing the Shag Gaspar shirt. And on this Father's Day, God rest that man's soul. Lexi Nair backstage with Brothers A, the Hardys, and all Eagle for Page. As Matt Hardy says that it will be the Hardys against the Ass Boys on Dynamite. But maybe they forgot who they are because they are the Hardys while we are legitimately in the conversation the greatest of all time. And just like we did to your father, boys, we're going to make you famous. As Isaiah did the subtly, so I guess his voice is still recovering. So yeah, As Boys and Hardys. Okay. I don't think we need to say anything else about this, so we're not going to. Let's move on.
Go
ahead.
Ethan Page here. He was really funny here with his facial reaction because you could just tell he doesn't want to be here. I actually, low-key, the segments haven't been the greatest, but I'm kind of into Ethan Page being with the Hardys. I think he's slowly going to turn babyface out of it.
Who knows? I mean, as long as he doesn't wear the Hardy sleeves, maybe there's potential.
He doesn't have a choice.
You know what's crazy though? It's just the fact that the first time I saw Ethan Page was back on fucking YouTube when he had his channel and he was cutting promos. And I remember he was in CZW's The Best of the Best tournament. And just to see him where he is now is pretty cool that he's in AEW now, but he's supposed to be all legal. Why the fuck you doing it?
He's so upset that his headphones fell off.
This is bullshit, bro. What the fuck?
Well, from the former longest reigning Impact World Tag Team champions of all time in the North with Josh Alexander get well soon, to the Man of the Year, to this.
Yeah.
What a weird career for that man.
What is with this storyline in having control over other people? We've been through this shit.
I don't know.
Slavery. We're not doing this shit now,
also,
bro.
I don't know.
It's a baby face doing it to a heel. It doesn't make sense.
Yo, what the?
I don't know. Maybe even Page wants to work with Matt Hardy. Again, you wonder how much booking is really dictated by the wrestlers. I'm just saying, this is AEW. They don't have writers, so you know. All right, but then again, you can kind of see the same thing about this mixed trios match as we have Jeff Jarrett and Karen Jarrett. I just threw up a little bit in my mouth. With Jay Lethal in their corner as well, along with Satnam and Sanjay Dutt in the corner, taking on, again, Happy Father's Day. Them boys! Father and son, Mark Briscoe, fucking hell. Papa Briscoe, and I'm just going to say this for the record real quick. Aubrey Edwards, I think she should wear a tank top ref attire going forward. Girl's jacked. Aubrey Edwards. And, okay. All I'm going to say is this. This was fun. I knew how this was going to go down. There's no writers in AEW. You know for damn sure that Aubrey was in on this. All right. Kudos to her. Retirement, want to know. Suddenly put, it was mostly Mark Briscoe and Jay Lethal. Because, again, mutual respect among the two. Jay Lethal, the victim, I would say, of this whole thing because he runs alongside Jeff Jarrett. Side headlock exchange, and the other going, shoulder tackle. We get a mean chop exchange as Jeff Jarrett's tagged in, and Mark chops Double J. Karen Jarrett gets in. Aubrey Edwards tries to jump her, but Karen immediately, pussy, runs out of the ring, tags out to Jay Lethal because she don't want none of Aubrey Edwards. While Jericho's trying to tirade Aubrey, like, she's going against the referee coach. She isn't the referee here, idiot. She's a freaking competitor. Then Papa Briscoe and Mark Briscoe work together with shoulder tackles and Jay Lethal. And as soon as Papa Briscoe and Jay Lethal's like, oh, fuck, get me out of here. No, you take him on. No, you take him on. Sanjay distracted, though, Mark, and basically it became the heels taking control here as they kept working over Mark Briscoe. Papa Briscoe tags in, runs over Jay Lethal like a freaking pickup truck with a non-Confederate flag. Papa Briscoe then speared Jeff Jarrett. I can't believe he double-legged Jeff Jarrett. That was brilliant. Then Aubrey Edwards finally gets in and catfights Karen Jarrett. How many people have been waiting to do this to a Karen, let alone Karen Jarrett? As Aubrey was literally going to try and take the extensions out of her damn hair until Karen used her fake-ass nails to gouge Aubrey's eyes out. Then Karen looked to finally hit another tune over her head, but dropped it after Aubrey staggered her. And as Aubrey, by the way, the official in this match was Paul Turner. And again, it was standard trios match. The disqualification was enforced. Aubrey had the guitar. I'm like, fuck it. Kill her. Break her neck. Do it. I don't give a shit. It's a one-time thing. No one's going to hold it against you. Not even Tony Khan for that matter. But Jay Lethal came in like, oh, you want to use the guitar? Go ahead. Use it on me. And truth be told, she did. They would get disqualified. What a 7-foot idiot. As Paul Turner, just long enough. Boom. Kabong to Jay Lethal. I feel so bad for him. He didn't deserve that. As Satnam Singh at one point was trying to play a freaking linebacker, defender, and Aubrey Edwards was able to get around him. As Aubrey Edwards dropped Jay Lethal where he stood, the women were still legal. Karen Jarrett looks to go for the stroke, but her fake-ass, poorly uncoordinated body couldn't do it. And Aubrey Edwards, I know a thing or two about Aubrey Edwards when it comes to her freaking days in the gym. She works on leg day. I'll tell you that right now. How fitting. She locks in. The dirtiest player in the game's move. Figure 4 leg lock, and she squeezes Karen Jarrett, probably more than Jeff Jarrett's ever had in his whole life. And Karen Jarrett taps out immediately as Aubrey Edwards picks up the win. What the fuck reality am I living in? As Aubrey Edwards, Mark Briscoe and Papa Briscoe win over Jeff Jarrett and the Goof Troop. As Chris Jericho said, this is a travesty. How could Aubrey Edwards use the guitar to get the win? She's going against everything in the referee's code. Again, Chris Jericho wasn't ref, wasn't competitor. And for those that are wondering, Aubrey Edwards has officially retired. Now, who would like to say anything about this mixed trios clown act?
Really entertaining. I'm scared of Papa Briscoe. He scared me. He's very scary. I would not want to run into that guy. I love Jericho just like roasting Papa Briscoe and Aubrey Edwards. And this should have been on Collision. So that way more people would have seen this. This deserved to be seen by more people. I don't know what the ratings were for Rampage, but this should have been on Collision. That would have been awesome. Or Dynamite at least. Like this should have been in front of a big audience. That would have been awesome.
Personally, I think Rampage was the perfect stage for this because Rampage at this point is just the show that is a catch-all right now, unless Bryan Danielson books it as a championship showcase. All I gotta say is this: don't ever put Karen Jarrett on my screen again. Hopefully, she learned her lesson. Zero, anything to add?
All right, bro. So this was. I could barely remember this match because a lot of shit was going on, bro. I was like, throughout this whole show, you might see a pattern. Throughout this whole show, I just wanted to go to Collision. Well, Friday, I was watching Rampage, barely, but like, I was hoping to go to Collision, but from what I saw, this was just booked like logically because
it really was.
Papa Briscoe can barely fucking move at this point, and Aubrey Edwards is not a wrestler. She just wants to, get in the ring and do this because she is passionate, and I fucking love it, bro.
Respect.
So from what I know, one of the most over people in the match was fucking Papa Briscoe. It was fucking great. This old fuck moving the ring. It was awesome.
Second Jay Lethal, the way Jay Lethal sold that too was brilliant.
It was fucking great, bro. And like, I just love seeing Mark just on my screen, bro. I love seeing Mark, especially. Bro, Mark is he is the living embodiment of a fucking redneck that I like.
Crazy chicken man, chicken karate.
It's crazy because I told this to one of my friends that the Briscoes are black, white rednecks, bro. Jay is the spirit of a black person, bro. Like, I swear to God, Jay is he is thugged out, and he's a redneck too. Oh my God, he grew dreads. Bro, he looks good with dreads, for real. I never seen a white person that actually looks good with dreads, bro. It's crazy. And then you have his brother Mark, who's just literally just a fucking mood. He's the energy, she's the vibe in the room. He's just an energy. But I love seeing Mark on my screen. I wish to see more of him on my screen, bro. But we know when he's going to come back on the screen.
Oh, yes, we do. We'll talk more about that here shortly. But overall, this was just really fun. Again, sometimes wrestling, you just need to have fun. You just need to really enjoy it. This match was on occasion of it. By the way, shout out to Amanda Huber, of course, and her daughters, young referees at ringside. That was really cute. I'm not going to lie. That touched my heart. That was really cute. Again, this was just really fun. Congratulations to father and son, Mark and Papa Briscoe. And again, don't fuck with Papa Briscoe, man. All right. And Aubrey Edwards, that was really cool. Okay. As we go backstage with Lexi Nair with Tyra Valkyrie, Tyra says she feels amazing. One more win. I'm back on the winning track again. In comes Chris. Yes. There you go. As she calls out Chris Statlander saying, "You're going to ask me about the new TBS champion? We haven't gotten enough. Haven't we gotten enough of her? I mean, seriously." She came back, and then Chris, there she is. Chris Statlander says, "Ty, I don't see you watching me week after week. I got something you want, but it's not my fault that Jade put out the open challenge." And Ty basically says, "Open challenge. I broke her down. I'm the one that allowed you to come in here like that. You cheated me. You took away all the attention from me. I'm the one that did all the work. You were at home for God knows how long, nursing yourself back, and you come in here all of a sudden and take my spot." Chris Statlander says, "You wanted that bad? I'm going to defend this anytime, anywhere. I'll put the challenge out next week if you want it so bad. You know where to find me. Come and get it." Taya just shoving it off like the stupid popular girl out of high school. "Ew, I'm shaking in my fur boots. I'll see you when I see you." So we knew this match was impending. It was just a matter of when, and now we'll see when it's made official. As again, we talked about what Collision's going to be. It was time for our main event, but not before one Don Callis came in and basically once again reminded us what Konosuke Takeshita's pedigree is. Better than God's, better than Omega, blah, 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 blah. Main event time with Konosuke Takeshita with Don Callis, of course, taking on Bandito. I'm just going to say this real quick. That is the weirdest dark aura theme I've ever heard in my life for a wrestler entrance. And shout out, by the way, that artist is amazing. She is amazing. But what a unique creature to put two heads on. A centaur. Here I thought it was a two-headed snake as Don Callis and Konosuke Takeshita with bows in hand. There's definitely something poetic about that piece. Then again, art's subjective as wrestling at this point. Anyway, this was a really great match. Back and forth. Bandito in the early going. Takeshita catches Bandito with fireman's carry. Bandito avoided with the power drive knee, though. Takeshita able to follow up, though. Punish Bandito on the outside of the ring. Every time Bandito was grounded by Konosuke just went for the ground and pound mount approach slowly and methodically. Definitely a whole different style it looked like we were getting out of Konosuke here. A different side of him. Delay Virgo suplex not once but twice by Bandito, then goes for the Diamond Hurricane off the apron, which allowed him for the early going to have the advantage against Takeshita to the point. Don Callis left commentary and basically came down to be more of an influence. And it worked out. Bandito, though, was able to try to go for a springboard, but Konosuke was able to catch Bandito and drive him into his knee. Bandito, though, rallied back with the DDT, and at one point going for a broke. Again, Blue Thunder Bomb, beautifully executed, should not be used immediately for a pinfall. Nobody ever wins with it. Should be a signature. I'm just saying. As Bandito press slammed Takeshita with one hand, by the way. What the fuck? At one point. Still not enough to get the win here. And then as he levels him with a lariat off the top rope, that freaking rewind lariat by Takeshita. Jesus Christ. Bandito was able, though, to bounce back. He stopped the power drive knee strike again and hit freaking Konosuke with a GTH. As Bandito went off the ropes for the 21 pledge, Takeshita was able to land on his feet. Then Takeshita, again, the guy who wrote a thesis on the German suplex, executed more beautifully than anybody else you can name. Bandito lands on his effing feet. What the fuck? Incredible counter wrestling. As Bandito countered Takeshita once again with the Hurricane Rana for another near fall, Takeshita fought back with a jumping knee strike and wrapped Bandito with a brutal blindside strike, shades what he did with Eddie Kingston, and finally finished him off with that power drive knee as Konosuke gets the win on Bandito. 1, 2, 3, and the plays subtly. By the way, that is one really low tone theme. Plays subtly once again. So once again, right now, Don Callis, his family, the Invisible Hand, has his plan. He is shaping Konosuke Takeshita into what he believes he can be. His instrument of destruction against Kenny Omega and the Elite. Hell of a match here once again by Konosuke Takeshita, and Bandito is always impressive. Owen, your thoughts on this match?
Very great match. I really enjoyed this match a lot. Even though it was very predictable, obviously, that Takeshita was going to win, I thought Bandito looked strong in defeat. He impresses me every time he gets in that win. He's really talented. It sucks because I don't know how great he is on the mic and things like that, but I hope they can kind of get a storyline for him, get something going for him. I like the idea.
Yells in Japanese.
I liked the trios thing they did with him and like the Lucha Bros and stuff. I thought that was awesome. I hope they kind of do that. What I would do with ROH, Death Before Dishonor, is him versus if they can make this match happen. Alvin Kingo for the Mega title because I think that'd be an awesome match. That'd be a banger. Yeah, it just builds up Takeshita even more as a instrument of destruction. I do like the theme choice that they picked for him because this is what they should have done with Ciampa in NXT. Instead of giving, I like the song that he ended up getting when he was in NXT, but the thing that they did was add in the theme music, took away that crowd. Like you couldn't hear that crowd boo him as much anymore. And I like the choice that they made where the theme song's very quiet, very low tone because you can hear those boos by the crowd towards Don Callis and Takeshita at the moment.
Emphatically heard.
Yeah, they need to be heard too. By the way, like they need to be heard. I do want to go back real quick to the Taya Valkyrie and Chris Statlander promo. I think it's a bit too soon to do that match. I think they should have held off on it a little bit, but I imagine what's going to happen there is like Statlander will win, but it'll be like a roll-up win or something, and Valkyrie will like really snap on her, but we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I am kind of since we're going to move on and do letter grades, this did kind of leave me a little bit concerned about the future of Rampage. It looks like it's going to be not as important of a show. I don't think it's going to get to like Dark Elevation or Dark Territory where you can miss a bunch and not really matter. I think there'll be legitimate matches and there will be some storyline progression. But I do think that we're going to get to the point of Rampage where you can miss like 3 episodes of Rampage and really not miss much. I kind of hope they don't have that happen with Rampage because, it's TV time. I feel like it's TV time and you're paying up. The network's paying you to do this show and stuff. So I hope they can kind of sort this stuff out with Rampage because the past couple of Rampages I've watched, the past few Rampages, you could have missed them and really not missed all that much. I kind of hope that doesn't happen with Rampage.
That's fair, but also keep in mind it's also the pre-recorded content under the AEW umbrella. So I mean, it's one of those things too. You gotta look at live television versus recorded television. Zero, anything you gotta say regarding this main event match?
I'm mad. I kind of like semi wasn't paying attention to this match because one Bandito versus Takeshita sounds like a fucking Fire Pro match you could just put in and just watch them do magic. But I didn't even hear the theme. Like I didn't.
That's how low tone it was.
That shit was crazy.
There was music,
bro. I thought he was coming out to just nothing, like just silence and just the booze. But I guess what they're trying to do with the theme is probably either they're trying to do a more cinematic like darkness or ambience.
There you go.
Or what they could do is do like the old school Japanese throat sing or some bullshit. I don't know, but no, like I don't know which culture it is. I know it's somewhere in Asia or some shit. But
yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's why I was like, well done, man. Anyway, continue.
It's just like I didn't even know they have a theme, but I was trying to listen to Bandito's theme because
that's a new one. He's got a new theme.
Yeah,
because one of my favorite Bandito themes is from AAA. It sounded so fucking good to me. Like, but he's not in AAA no more. Good because.
Oh yeah.
But
it is what it is down there. Anyway, continue.
But like, but I heard this match was pretty good, and I did saw the spot when Homie did the 21 plex, but he landed on his feet. I'm like, hey, yo, this shit about to be crazy, yo.
Then freaking Bandito landed on his feet. It was like, okay, we're going to another territory.
Bandito is just built stupid, bro. This man should not be that strong. This man should not be that strong. Like, it is insane that he is that strong. Like, that is crazy, yo.
Right?
This man could be. I feel like he bench presses beds or some shit. Cause this man, cause like
one hand. Military press, one hand.
One, he could fly. This man could fly whatever he want. This man could dodge like this is the Matrix or some shit. And two, he's just strong. Like, this is a luchador that you can't fuck up, bro.
Yeah.
his mask is literally a bandit.
I know.
Like, if they don't give him more matches and more wins on his belt and go for maybe a belt, bro, this is just
It's one of those things.
I. They got a lot of talent in AEW, but they keep fucking him up, bro. It's annoying.
I get it, man. I get it. I feel a lot of people share your sentiment. Again, it's an incredible roster, but is oversaturated with quality and quantity. Apparently, there's just not enough towards all the booking.
Yeah, but to answer Owen's concern about Rampage is gonna be like whatchamacallit, WCW Thunder.
Basically.
If not Thunder, maybe worldwide.
But a better show.
Yeah, and probably around a lot longer.
I wasn't gonna say main event.
Thank you.
Because that's insulting to AEW, because main event is basically just lower. It's not as good as WWE Superstars back in 2010.
Preach it.
Yeah. But yeah, so basically fan page is basically just throw a card together,
catch all,
and just have fun.
Yeah, and sometimes you just need that. I mean, not everything in wrestling needs to have a story. Not everything needs to be serious. And considering how the AEW ecosystem is shaping up to probably be going forward, I think Rampage being what it is sometimes, creatively produced by Brian Daniels at times too, let's help put that out there. I think we're going to be all right. All right, guys, we've had a lot of...
I do want to answer, because this ties into Zero. He's not here now, but I'll just answer it anyways.
No, you can say it.
But now, you're worried about, not enough talent getting TV time and stuff. This ties in because we're going to cover a new 2-hour show now that might fix that problem.
Well, yeah, because, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the reason we truly are here. We love AEW, we love talking about it, but now we're even more pumped about it on a weekly basis after what is going to be a new... Yeah, as what's going to be a new standard. We got you, bruv. What's going to be a new standard on Saturday nights. Elton John says it perfectly. Saturday nights are all right for fighting. This show proves it. Welcome, everybody, to our discussion now of the world premiere of AEW Collision. Holy fuck, this show was fucking awesome. Yeah. Let's get right into it. So, for those that don't know, AEW Collision is a new 2-hour live, usually, Saturday Night Standard AEW Wrestling that premiered this past Saturday from the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. And we already got different theme, different set, different look, I would say a different mentality, and different commentary. As our commentary team for this show going forward will be, Real Represent, Nigel McGuinness and Kevin Kelly, with JR as analysts at times. How crazy is Kevin Kelly's back underneath good old JR, Jim Ross. Oh, by the way, JR, please get well soon. We're going to talk more about him probably after the end of the show, too. All right, Owen, you got the CM Punk shirt, and how fitting, because immediately as we got into the show, love the pyro, by the way, love everything about the set, too. We get the CM Punk chance. I wouldn't say not as big as a pop as the first time, but still, this pop hit hard in all cylinders, and CM Punk, different look, different mentality. Before you break down this promo segment, he said it beforehand. He's done playing nice. This, ladies and gentlemen, is your set pace for CM Punk back in professional wrestling business. And no doubt, going forward, going to be a mainstay part of AEW Collision. Owen, take it away.
Before I break down the promo, I want to talk and echo your sentiments on, I love the commentary. Obviously, Kevin Kelly's still learning how to do things live on TV because he's not used to being live on TV. I know he's been live on New Japan World and stuff, but he's not used to commercials and everything like that. So he'll pick it up as he goes along. He did
definitely.
Pick it up. He definitely picked it up towards the end, but Nigel was awesome. I hadn't heard Nigel on the booth since I think last year on Level Up. I think that's the last thing he commentated before.
He does Ring of Honor, but yes, you would be correct.
I can't really afford to get Honor Club at the moment because
Too much wrestling. Too much wrestling. Anyway, continue.
I like the set a lot. I like the theme song. I don't know if I would pick it as a wrestling theme song, but it does. Elton John's getting his money, and this way he doesn't have to do any more concerts. So it's a
I
win-win
think he's
for
done
everybody.
touring too. So at this point, hey, why the heck not? And talk about really setting up a party for Saturday nights. I think it's all right. Anyway, continue.
But yeah, this promo here. So CM Punk comes out.
Oh boy.
He comes out with a bag, and he has wrestling boots around his neck. This is going to be his first promo, and I wasn't sure what was going to happen here because we talked about this in depth during the rundown, and we talked about it on Spark when Punk was announced for this show. Yep. Obviously, this was before we knew that he was going to be wrestling anyways, so we didn't know what CM Punk was going to do. Obviously, the pop wasn't as big because he was announced ahead of time this time, but the pop was still big because it's Chicago. CM Punk is huge in this area. I believe this is the same place where he walked out at Money in the Bank 2011 with the WWE Championship. He's done a lot of big moments here, and he gets on the mic, and he talks about how he's going to talk about the past first, but then he's going to talk about his future. And he talked about how young CM Punk, when he was 15 years old, would have told you that you're crazy if you thought he was going to sell out all these venues that he has sold out. But not today, CM Punk, because today CM Punk isn't a coward. And he talked about how, a lot of people aren't happy to see him because of what happened in the past. But CM Punk, he's somebody that will tell you to the face how he feels, and he won't show any shame about it. And he talks about how there's going to be a change in the guard in AEW. He pokes fun of the Young Bucks by calling them counter bucks, and it says that he's a real star. And he mentions, the fact that he's a real man in this business. He talks about how all these people pretending to be wrestler. The biggest thing he said in his promo, and it might be his new catchphrase going forward, is "Tell me when I'm telling lies." He talked about how he never lost. He doesn't mention it, but basically the AEW World Title, because basically he implies in that bag is the AEW World Championship. It basically says that if there's somebody that could beat him, he will basically leave that belt in the ring, give it to them, and he'll leave his boots in the ring. But he said that there's no one that's on his level at the moment. And obviously, it was kind of strange because this was kind of a heelish promo, but because of where it was in Chicago and everything like that, it was also a little bit of a babyface promo because he also points to the crowd. He mentions how all these people have these great signs, but he pointed out somebody's sign that was against CM Punk. And he said that you guys are allowed to express your opinions. He basically calls everybody, I forget the term he says, but cowards in the wrestling business. And this was just an awesome promo by Punk. It's not one of his best promos, obviously, but it's definitely the promo that I thought he should have cut when he came back to AEW. Because while we can't mention a lot of things that's happened because of legal stuff and all that type of stuff, he didn't come back like it didn't happen. He came back. He has a chip on his shoulder, and I'm interested to see what's going to come of this for CM Punk. And I just thought this was a hell of a promo segment here. I love the fact, obviously, they gave you CM Punk right away, obviously, because the fans wanted to see Punk. That's what they bought tickets to this show for, and that's what they needed. This reminded me a lot of CM Punk doing his heel run in 2012 up until 2013. And he looked that way too. He was kind of cut that way with his haircut and everything like that. So I'm really liking this CM Punk here. This is the CM Punk I think that we should have had in AEW because the CM Punk that we've had in AEW has been good, but the CM Punk that has a chip on his shoulder, it has this fire under his ass to want the business to do well and want to get like a fire under this business is the CM Punk that we've needed to see in AEW. And it sucks it took all of this stuff that happened that I don't think we want to mention anymore. But it's happening, and I'm looking forward to seeing this. And again, I think James just talked about this. I think CM Punk's going to be that guy that gets Collision off the ground. And I think, CM Punk shouldn't be the end-all be-all for Collision. They need to build other stars around it. But CM Punk's going to be that guy that can get Collision off the ground and make it like a must-watch show, at least for the first few months or so. That's how I would kind of book this if I was booking it. But this promo was absolutely awesome. It's exactly what should have been. It's so weird to think of, too, because CM Punk was a part of the early days of Rampage. He basically is the reason Rampage became like as big as it was and everything like that. And it looks like the same that's going to happen for Collision. So that's awesome. It's so weird, too, because Dynamite's going to be in Chicago and CM Punk ain't even going to be there. So it's just strange how it kind of worked. Well, at least I think so.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because Wintrust Arena, Chicago, Illinois, next week, Go Home Forbidden Door. Wednesday, you got Dynamite. Friday, we got Rampage. We got our card, of course, I'll run down towards the end of our Collision discussion. No mention or booking of the Elite, and I guarantee you, two things are going to happen. One, CM Punk chance. Two, CM Punk callback. But that being said.
And a third thing, if the Elite come out, they may get booed.
They may. I'm pretty sure it's going to be they will. But I digress.
All right.
Zero! Collision is finally here, and CM Punk has given his mission statement after being gone for 10 months with injury. What was your thoughts on this promo?
Well, first, I got some jelly beans, so it's gonna be good. Yes, I was craving them during the thing, but yeah, because you get, but
get hype. There you go.
Anyway, you should change you change your nickname now that you got your jelly beans too.
It's topical too, to be fair. So CM Punk is back. By the way, shout out to the Hot Rod inspired shirt and the dog Larry, the attitude as well. Again, symbolism, subtle symbolism, and everything CM Punk did and said. Oh, and by the way, before Zero breaks it down, no lies detected as far as I'm concerned. Zero, the ball's in your court. Go ahead.
Also,
talk about it.
The shot he took at MJF too when he mentions how
dog
he just
match.
Yep.
Right,
go ahead, Zero.
Punk was a walking Black Air Force, bro. This man came out. He did not even apologize.
Yeah.
For everything he said. And
he did subtly.
Subtly, but he basically said, I'm apologize that you're as sensitive as the wrestlers you like.
No, he said, I apologize that the only people softer than you are the wrestlers that you like. The wrestlers being softer than the fans. Damn.
That was crazy. That was a crazy ass line. But it's like, with everything he said, I do agree. Because one, today's wrestlers, I'm not saying call them, but like from what we saw, from and what we read, to what we know and all that shit. Some of them are actually like pretty soft. Some of them, like the Elite, at times they can be like soft, sensitive, or anything.
Yeah.
But here's what it is. And Punk was just throwing shots at everybody. He was just like, his gun was locked and loaded with a banana clip and infinite ammo. Because he keeps shooting at everything. He took a shot at MJF saying the dog collar. He said, "Yeah, you can't beat me, bitch." And then you have him talking about how the Bucks are like a counterfeit, and it's just like keep going and going and going, and the more he keeps going, the less of a fuck he gives, because it's CM Punk. He's the only guy I know that would literally not change how he is for anybody.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since the first pipe bomb in WWE, he never been the same. Like, he never been the same at times. Like, yes, back when he was in TNA at times, in the Ring of Honor, with all the shit, he was kind of like that, but it never took off.
No.
Until years later. Now that he's had this high horse of him being the voice of the voiceless and the guy who literally will fight back against poor management, and he would say everything. It's like now seeing this now, it's just like, here we go again. So like this is gonna be a wild ride. I am happy that he's back. And some people probably be like, "Oh, he's a cancer locker room." Yes, he is. Let me be honest with you. Yes, he is. He even admitted himself.
Boo me, cheer me, love me, hate me. You all do it because you know I'm right.
Yeah, and the thing is that he is right. Some people might say that he's a dickhead, but you got the knowledge that some of the stuff he said is actually pretty correct. The elite, as much as they're good, good-hearted and all that stuff, they kind of, I wouldn't say fragile, but they kind of a little bit soft or sensitive at times, especially with the whole brawl out thing, because it could easily be avoided if they would not come in heated. Walk in, knock on the door, and say, "Hey, can we talk about this?" But charge it in like that and have your whatever there is just that's not how we work, bro.
Yeah.
You gotta talk to them. But the thing is, but yeah, the promo was pretty good. I actually liked it a lot. It's actually because it's just another person on the roster who just don't give a fuck. They just do what they want to do, wrestle, and just enjoy, what they're doing.
Well,
Just like how I'm enjoying this Jelly Bean.
well, there you go. Well, also CM Punk, he's definitely built differently, but he's also 100% organic and authentic. He said himself, he's never really fit anywhere like he's fit in professional wrestling, and he fits professional wrestling because of the wave of momentum he's rode on with smart, passionate, professional wrestling fans. And he appreciates all that for it and loves us for it. And also, he's never compromised. He's always been himself. He's always been Jerry. He's always been the same. I am what I am. I am me. Couldn't have done this, though, without all the fans behind me. But again, there's also those contractors, like you said, the people that hate him, the people that, disagree with him, the people that basically, give him the cold shoulder. But the thing is, his mere presence, he is the truth, and the truth is painful. Because no matter what, he's never lied to us. He's always told us what exactly is on his mind, whether you like it or not. And again, he talked about the signs. He talked about literally what he was once called by David Salzman, One Bill Phil, because in a business that is full of so many counterfeit bucks, I am genuine in my value. And he suddenly says the king's back. I mean, it's just like each time he just went up another echelon of the dynamic of the business, but also the element of him in it. And that's what I really enjoy about this promo. From that pause when he asked literally the people, why would I change? Like, seriously, why would I change? This is what Joe Stromer trained me for. And again, people think that, okay, I owe him an apology. Here it is. I'm sorry that you are soft, but the only people softer than you are the wrestlers that you actually care about. And then we go back to now the past again, when the last time we saw him, it was literally after he tore his tricep off. It was literally hanging down. But what did he have in that bag? The same thing that he held above his head when he won it. And he won it not because he was part of the greatest dog collar match. He won it because he won the dog collar match. And it wasn't his only dog collar match either. The just being a subject in question. And until somebody literally can beat me for it, whether they pin me or submit me for it, this is mine. And for those that are praying that I'm just going to walk up into the sunset and leave my boots down the ring, until somebody in this company can actually fill them, they belong to me. Tell me when I'm telling lies. Take his spot. Prove that you can take his spot. Otherwise, fuck off. Tremendous return address for CM Punk. I will say this, though, when it came to this formula of his return back to the professional wrestling business that he's so passionate about and wants to see succeed. In all those ingredients, in that entire recipe of this promo, this return address, this apology, this statement, this exclamation, there was a couple of elements that was subtly missing from it. And I'm not talking about Greek, but you will notice there was no omega per se. So that just tells me two things. CM Punk has always been the guy to blur the lines between shoot and work, period. But we've also heard since All Out last year from both parties in some aspect. Kenny Omega, by the way, on the sessions for those that follow that great podcast with Epicat. Kenny Omega says he's already be willing to work. So clearly, there are some people more mature than others. It's those that lack that maturity that are holding it down, but CM Punk is not going to let that define him. So again, we will see what's next for CM Punk, and if anybody has rebuttal from this, besides the Young Bucks who changed their Twitter profile. And again, if there's money made in 2023, why don't you capitalize on it? Dare you shop AEW? But I digress. This was fucking awesome. All right, let's go ahead and talk about the first ever match in AEW Collision as we got the TNT Championship defended on TNT. As Wardlow defended the title against Luchasaurus with Christian Cage in the corner. No Arn Anderson to be found. We start off hot and heavy as we tie up in the middle of the ring. These big hossies as the War Dog challenges the Dinosaur. As Wardlow drop kicks Luchasaurus training shoulder blocks Christian Cage. Withers Luchasaurus here on the outside of the ring. Clearly came in here with a game plan. As Wardlow continued the pursuit, Christian Cage crawled underneath the ring, whether he was hiding or trying to get something, or just buy time for his right hand destruction. You tell me. It still proved enough of a distraction for Wardlow to get blasted with a big boot. And then Wardlow hoisted up Luchasaurus on his shoulders and planted him backwards. Wardlow is way too damn strong. I'm just going to say that for the record. And then caught him with a lariat, not the rewind lariat, but then walloped him with a spine buster. As Wardlow went to the top rope, Luchasaurus took out his base and followed it with a one-arm choke slam. And then Wardlow headbutt Luchasaurus, but then a headbutt countered back by the challenger. Both these men literally trying to stop one another from breathing. As Wardlow looked for the Powerbomb Symphony, though, Christian Cage once again distraction long enough for Luchasaurus to capitalize, stay in this bout. I thought Luchasaurus had him after that chokeslam, by the way, to be honest with you. And then Wardlow power slammed Luchasaurus, and Christian Cage couldn't do not a damn thing about it. He hit him with a Swanton bomb because he's a fan of Jeff Hardy. Still not enough. As Christian Cage comes back up the ring again, knowing he can't get physically involved, but still can raise Wardlow's ire. He raised it long enough for the referee to be distracted with Luchasaurus and grabs literally a camera, smaller camera, from a photographer at ringside and bashes Wardlow over the head with it twice, which allows Luchasaurus to come back with a clubbing shot to the back of the head. And what the fuck? Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever in his career, why Christian Cage was holding it over his head on Luchasaurus' shoulders. Luchasaurus is the new TNT champion. And we have history made on Collision in the first ever championship match in the Saturday Night New Standard for professional wrestling. Zero, this caught me the fuck off guard, and you said you wanted to talk about it, so the floor is yours.
Where to begin, bro?
You tell
Where
me.
to fucking begin?
You tell me.
So, what I wanted to actually talk about is because I saw this on my favorite website of all time, just to look at stuff, Twitter. And I love Twitter for a lot of reasons. One, because I could get a good laugh.
Fair.
Two, I love seeing other people's opinions and views. Because I'd rather not just be tribal, you know.
I agree.
So when somebody posted a picture of the 4 pillars, they replace Jungle Boy with Luchasaurus.
Damn.
That's it. That sucks.
That sword had me fucking rolling.
Ouch.
And that's why I kind of wanted to talk about it, because it kind of got me thinking. All the 4 pillars want a belt. Besides Jungle Boy. And Jungle Boy would be the, singles belt, I should probably say.
That's the word I was waiting for.
Yeah, singles belt. Tag teams, I don't count.
Fair enough.
Depends on who you are. But the thing is that Jungle Boy tag partner won singles gold before Jungle Boy himself. And people said Jungle Boy was more of the work of the whole team. Like, he does most of the stuff. Like, he is more of a better wrestler than Luchasaurus. So people see him going far. No, he didn't. He never got a chance to showcase his whole thing to win a singles gold, but his own tag partner literally just Marty Jannetty'd him It's crazy, bro. And
How's
he's
that
supposed to
for
be a pillar.
perspective? Yeah.
And he's supposed to be a pillar. And it's like if we're going, but if we thinking all Japan wise, he's now the Akira Taue of the whole pillars. The dark horse, the one that doesn't get enough recognition. People
Kind of
know
sounds
about.
like the four black sheep of New Japan Pro Wrestling, and they all got respect, and a couple of them are champions. If you know, you know. Tomoyoshi Itaiji, just saying. Continue.
Yeah, and like because Masawa was goaded, Kawada, Dangerous K, fucking maniac.
That's putting it politely.
Kabashi just built like a boulder, and he's been winning gold and everything. Like all them won world titles. Besides, I think Taue did. I don't remember, but Taue was not that. People love the three than the final one.
Right.
But it's like, damn, Jungle Boy, what happened to you, bro? People wanted you to like win the gold, win a singles gold because you're that good, but your own tag partner won it before you. The tag partner that isn't as best wrestler as you, but he won the gold and you didn't. What is going on with you? Now you're friends with a champion and you feel naked now? Where was this energy, bro? You want you challenge for the IWGP world heavyweight title. And our betting money is on Sonata, not you.
Oh yeah.
Because we don't have no faith in you for that goal.
No,
you,
say
you may put up a fight. You may put up a fight, but you're not winning, and you still feel naked. Right to your best friend, because you're lonely as fuck now. Because your one true friend is now with Christian, which he is right because you don't have no killer instinct. The only time you had killer instinct was just for Christian, but not for yourself in general. That's what cost you the gold. That's what cost him the world gold. And look at your friend, your former friend. He had a killer instinct and he won the gold. Not you.
He was willing to do it. That Christian Cage, he had a game plan. He was willing to do it. And hook and by crook, I feel like Christian Cage would say they are the TNT champion. Yeah. But I'm curious how Christian Cage now will display the TNT championship now that Luchasaurus has it. But Christian Cage controls it.
Now this got me thinking, right?
Go for it.
We had the four pillars.
Yes.
Who will be the three musketeers?
I think Orange Cassidy has to go in there with since he made his name indie. I mean, I know he made his name in the Indies, but he's been a pillar for AEW. He's been there since day one, and he's gone through different characterizations and everything like that. Luchasaurus has to go in there just because of the same reasons and everything like that. Everything you just said. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like the third musketeer because I really can't say Trent because he made his name pre-AEW.
Trent is not a musketeer.
I mean, he's a hell of a worker, but the guy hasn't even had a championship yet, which really surprises me.
I'd say Hook, but like Hook, maybe Wardlow because Wardlow's an AEW homegrown talent. Maybe Wardlow.
Well, it depends if he gets out of this TNT vortex. I feel like he still needs to, really reach that next level. And as far as the women go, I mean, Britt Baker's already been called a pillar leader by CM Punk, so I wouldn't call her a musketeer. I mean, if Jamie Hayter gets her moment because she is organically homegrown, I probably would put her in it. So, but yeah, as far as a third musketeer, that's a good question, Zero, considering the entire AEW landscape and who has really thrived since day one organically in AEW and not really known before that because you can't put somebody like Chris Jericho, John Moxley, Brian Danielson, Mike Rizzoli. You can't put them in that.
Britt Baker?
Maybe
Maybe.
Ricky
Maybe.
Starks, because
Oh,
Ricky
Ricky
Starks.
Starks. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
I
Ricky
think
Starks is a good one.
that's probably a fair point because he has challenged not only for the title, he's also, of course, beaten Chris Jericho. We've seen the star power this guy exhibits both on the mic and in the ring,
Yeah.
and how determined he is as well. I think that might be the three there: Orange Cassidy, Ricky Starks, and Luchasaurus at this point, because Luchasaurus, he's a champion, and you don't really get much character from him from a promo standpoint unless you watch BTE. But the man can't speak. So I'm curious again how this newfound aggressive, very literally non-vocal identity of Luchasaurus goes now that he is a champion in AEW under the learning tree, let's call it what it is, of Christian Cage. And again, like I said, Owen, why you talk about this, Luchasaurus is the TNT champion. He holds it, but we all know Christian Cage controls it. What was your thoughts about this?
Yeah, I like this match a lot. I thought it was a really good big man match. I liked the finish a lot. I was happy because it's time for Wardlow, hopefully, to get out of the TNT title vortex. Modi's going to get a rematch and just win it back like he has been. I think he's lost it he's lost it twice and has gotten it back twice now. So it's
let me talk to you. How about I give you a little bit of history of Wardlow's TNT Championship history, shall we? Scorpio Scott previously had the TNT Championship at one point. Giving a shout out, of course, to the late great Kobe Bryant. Even I know that, and I don't watch basketball, folks. But Wardlow won the Face Revolution ladder match and cashed in that brass ring for the opportunity, of course, when he when Tony Khan made it official, and Wardlow won. By the way, those that are wondering, ever since anybody's gotten that brass ring, with the exception of the first one, they've won.
No, he didn't win. He didn't win because MJF cost him. He won the rematch. MJF cost him.
Eventually, the thing is, though, eventually, everybody that has grabbed that brass ring has been TNT champion. Put that in perspective. And then Wardlow, his first run, great run. He lost it to Samoa Joe, Triple Threat, AEW Full Gear last year with Powerhouse Hobbs. Immediately got back at Revolution this year, making Samoa Joe go to sleep. Samoa Joe's own finisher with the arm going down for the 3 count. Tell me the last match that actually really worked for the finish. I know, Zero. And then really following that, QTV became a thing as QT Marshall worked with Powerhouse Hobbs in a false canary scenario to put Wardlow down for the 10 count, and Powerhouse Hobbs became TNT champion. And then shortly after that, Wardlow became a 3-time TNT champion thanks to Arn Anderson in his corner. Now you look less than 100 days later, and Wardlow has once again lost the TNT championship, this time to Luchasaurus, thanks to Christian Cage. And that is Wardlow's TNT history.
He's going to win it back.
Yeah, I kind of hope he doesn't happen, but I'm interested to see what Luchasaurus does as TNT champion. I think that could be good. I just love the fact that Christian celebrated like he had won the belt because that was awesome.
He immediately grabbed it. Luchasaurus hasn't even held it.
And yeah, I like the fact they did a title change. It gets over the fact, a new show and everything like that, and it made all the sense in the world. And I think I'll go back to the Musketeers. I think Ricky Starks, why I also put him in there, is while he had been outside of AEW and everything like that in the NWA, he mainly made his name in AEW, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, I would put Eddie Kingston in there. I was thinking about it because Eddie Kingston was fairly well known pre-AEW. So,
well,
Eddie's not a Musketeer, in my opinion, because
he's different. Let's just call it as Eddie Kingston is a different element in the wrestling industry that people respect.
He's a wildcat.
Yeah, bar none.
And that's an insult to. And he might be even crazier than a wildcat.
He's a Mad King.
About to say that he is the Mad King. Let's just put it out there. All right, let's go ahead and keep moving forward. Lexington is backstage with, as I mentioned earlier, Powerhouse Hobbs and QT Marshall, as they have a QTV exclusive for us. Powerhouse Hobbs will be in and will win because while he's here at Collision, he doesn't have to compete. His name value is enough for the star that he is. So says QT. Apparently, Powerhouse Hobbs, he will be in the Owen Hart tournament. And why the Book of Hobbs has a new chapter, that new chapter is about redemption, being on the top of the hill and getting gold. And winning the Owen tournament and taking what's mine, that is how that chapter will be written. Well, we'll see soon enough. All right, so we got our first official participant known for the men's Owen, Powerhouse Hobbs. All right, I like it. Homegrown, organic AEW talent. First time ever involved in this tournament. Very curious to see who he might be set up against. Different take. He's not going after the TNT championship for the time being, which also makes sense because heel versus heel. Just saying.
Yeah, I hope whoever wins the Owen Hart this year gets like a title shot this time. I was kind of fine with it last year. A lot of people have critiqued that the people that won the Owen Hart tournament last year really didn't get much. I am going to give it a pass because Adam Cole also got injured like shortly after he won the tournament, and Britt Baker was kind of, basically the reason she won it was because Adam Cole was going to win. They wanted to do a couples thing this time, and
Yeah, again, the
it was
first
kind
one,
of already
the first one was about an honoring. Now, the second
Yeah.
one, I do understand what you're saying, should lead to opportunity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like maybe like a world title shot or like a TNT title shot. I hope they do something special this year where Adam Cole enters the tournament and he gets like a bye in the first round since he was like a previous winner and that type of thing. I kind of wish instead of doing like a new, completely new thing, they have Adam Cole have to defend it in the tournament type of thing. That'd be kind of cool, but
Now, again, like I said, the Owen itself is the symbolism, not necessarily the possession. So again, that belt, one of a kind, I would say, trophy, memento, accomplishment. That's why I don't really put those belts into question. Although I am curious, again, this year, now there are 2 trophies, one for the man and one for the woman. Keep in mind, there's a woman's Owen as well, Owen.
Yep.
Very curious how it's executed and what the field's going to look like, especially with the women's division right now on a complete reset, which I think is all for the better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say, Zara, regarding Powerhouse Hobbs' involvement in the Owen?
Good pick.
All
But
right.
don't fuck him up in the tournament, bro.
so don't lose in round 1. Got it. Okay.
Yes, don't lose in round 1 because I will be really pissed off.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the opponent. I mean, what if they do, I don't know, Powerhouse Hobbs versus Keith Lee?
Well, Ricky Starks.
Nah,
Double
we
DQ.
already done Ricky Starks. I feel enough. I mean, there's a
Double
reason why those
DQ.
two
Nobody wins. Nobody loses.
That's fair enough. Yeah, just double draw, both men out, because then we're going to get a time limit. Weird things have happened. All right. This was fucking my match of the night. Let's fucking go. Here we go. Members of the House of Black rises. Buddy Matthews with Julia Hart in singles action. I'm just going to say this once again. This man is so damn fucking underrated when it comes to his singles caliber matches. Just saying.
Yeah. He was a big part of 205 Live when you were doing that. Like he was
Exactly.
So-
Cruiserweight champion. And he took on one-on-one a former rival in, ladies and gentlemen, La Sombra is back. Andrade, El Idolo, who definitely came back with more body mass than nothing else. Man, he has been working out. And this was just a freaking physical freaking fight of the ages, and I loved it so damn much. The intensity that both these men brought to the point of legitimately almost injuring each other, I feel like. I think that one lady in the Timekeeper's era almost crashed into the barricade wall herself as she turned around, or maybe she was just trying to protect herself. In the early going, Andrade and Buddy Matthews, it was a speed game as Buddy was sent crashing to the floor, and then Andrade showing off. He cartwheeled on the apron and moonsaw Buddy Matthews after already, the way he catches himself in the ropes and does the tranquilo, as again, he is an ungovernable one. As Andrade was able to jump off the guardrail and then the Hurricane Rana on Buddy Matthews on the other side of the ring and send Buddy Matthews head first into that. After Buddy sent Andrade in the Timekeeper's area, good grief almighty, they were not letting up at all here. Buddy then shoved Andrade off the apron and shoulder first, colliding into the barricade, and that was the story of this match. As Buddy followed up with the Meteora, but might have screwed up his knee in the process. So now we have a story on both sides, which is why I think they did go to a picture-in-picture and then a full commercial as both men were being checked on. Because again, safety is the most important. Shout out, by the way, the official Aubrey Everett of this match. Respect. Anyway, as we continue moving forward, Andrade targeted the left knee of Buddy. That was the exposed part as Buddy was instigating him with those kicks. He ate 1, 2, 3 dragon screw leg whips. Damn, it has to suck for it. And then Andrade countered a double moonsault for a near fall. The way he calmed himself on the moonsault, then another follow-up moonsault into the near fall. Andrade is absolutely brilliant. And then goes for the spear through the ropes, but Buddy counters it into a ridiculous spike DDT and a near fall. As Buddy attempts the sunset power bomb, his knee gives out. Again, that knee, take out the base, can't do much. And then try to capitalize with a spinning back elbow strike that I'm pretty sure knocked both a tooth and blood out of Buddy Matthews' mouth. That's one of the most ridiculous physical strikes I had ever seen in my life. Damn, the torque. Eat your heart out, Judas Effect. As Buddy rallied back, though, and hit his own massive kick to a charging Andrade. Both men, heavy-duty impact. Fan Shane, this is awesome. Andrade then goes for Buddy Matthews goes for an attempted submission, but then Andrade counters back and talk about really keeping it to home. Figure 4 leg lock, shares a Ric Flair. Again, compromising the knee, but then transitions to All Hail the Queen. Figure 8. That was the first time ever he's ever used that in my damn life. And Buddy forced to tap out immediately. This game of human chess of the highest physical degree ends with Andrade in victory. And as you thought, we might get maybe a solo show of respect, which really surprises me because Andrade was the one trying to help Buddy up to his feet. Because when I think about Andrade El Eagle, I don't think of him as a babyface. Just pointing that out there right now, especially when you're associated with Eagle Nobles of any faction form. Buddy Matthews subtly feels like he's going to maybe give him the hand after showing him off. Lights go out. Buddy subtly smiles. Andrade sees this, and Andrade then realizes another former running mate. Remember NXT Black and Gold, folks? There's Malachi Black sitting in the corner, and then Andrade turns into a wicked discus lariato that dropped Andrade where he stood. I have no idea what Malachi Black said to Andrade Eagle, but if this is building towards Andrade versus Malachi, take my fucking money. This match was fucking phenomenal. Owen, your thoughts first.
This match was awesome. I loved it. I love seeing Andrade El Idolo back in that win. He had been missed for a while. I mean, I know we know why he was gone, but when I heard that these two were announced to have a match with each other, I was really ready for it, and they really over-delivered. There was points where I thought there was legitimate injuries, and there might have been. My favorite spot of the match, obviously, was the spot you said when he went for the power bomb and his knee buckled and he had to like improvise and all that type of stuff. I really liked that. Makes it feel real. The right guy won. Obviously, Andrade should have won this match, considering the fact that it was his return. You want to build a stock around him. I think he is a babyface now. I think they're going to turn him babyface, and I think they may turn Le Faction, the faction he's in. I can't say the word. But,
La Facción Ingobernables.
Yeah, I think they may turn them babyface. They're probably going to do House of Black Wolves, and he'll get like them to team up with him, which is odd because technically they're not a trio since when Preston Vance joined, Andrade El Idolo was out of the company by that point. But I think I think it will qualify since technically Andrade was in it while he was MIA.
And Bruce is experiencing visa issues, unfortunately. So, you might be onto something. Yeah, I know, international freaking rights. Anyway, continue, Owen.
But yeah, this was awesome. I loved, obviously, House of Black attacking him afterwards. There's obviously history there, considering the fact from the NXT Black and Gold days and everything like that. I'm pretty sure they had a few matches on the main roster also. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure they did. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to this, and it'll be kind of cool to see the roles reverse with Malachi now being the heel and Andrade being the babyface. And I'm just going to tell you this. You got Andrade back now, guys. Don't screw this up because this dude's literally, his contract's about to expire, and legitimately, if he's out of the company, you know he's going back to WWE. I know they're going to say all this stuff about hiring freeze. When he's out there, I think they're going to make an exception and hire him back, considering the fact of who he's married to. So I'm just going to say this, AEW, do right by Andrade because he deserves it. Like, this is why I'm happy Collision's a Thin, because I feel like he's going to get more opportunities now with Collision being a Thin than he was before. Like, they can't screw this up because this guy has been misutilized, in my opinion anyways, since he came to AEW.
Fair point. Zero, what's your thoughts on this match? Again, Buddy Matthews' incredible singles standout showing, Andrade Igalo back. And again, we talk about Collision being that new, free, clean slate platform for other talents to thrive, succeed, and make it their own. Andrade Igalo very well might be one of those names that does that. Do you think that Andrade will get back maybe to Los Fashion Ingobernables, and will this dissolve into trios action? Or will Andrade maybe stand on his own here and maybe feud with Malachi Black? Or what's your thoughts around with this?
What the fuck? The match was fucking great. Buddy, you see my name. Buddy is just my buddy, bro. That is my fucking boy. Like, ever since during his WWE days and his cruiserweight juggernaut time when he was the juggernaut of the cruiserweight division, it's just Bro, Buddy is one of the most underrated of wrestlers of all time. I'm happy that he has gold, but I'll be more happy if you win singles gold because he is a he. You need Buddy.
Hmm.
You got the Dutch style in the Malachi Black. You got the power. Now the all arounder of Buddy Matthews, and to have him go up against Andrade is even better because we know Andrade's a good wrestler.
Yeah, one of the best. La Sombra.
His La Sombra, Cien Almas.
There you go.
But I swear his dirty thing was actually pretty. His dirty thing was a banger. But
I agree. That
It
C
was.
Fox knew how to do themes. Anyway, continue.
yes. But I'm just seeing Andrade do that cartwheel moonsault was crazy, and seeing him do that fake out elbow, I was like, "Yo, this man is great." He has been used weird in AEW when he first debuted, but
Yeah.
to have him do the loss and go to Tanabe branch is actually pretty good because he is the living definition of tranquilo.
Yep.
And due to him being in AAA, I hope he leaves AAA, so it give us more access to him because I think he wanted to do the last year's Forbidden Door. He wanted to do it, but he can't because he's in AAA, and AAA has beef with CMLL.
Exactly.
Because CMLL is with New Japan.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's all like a thing. Yeah.
It's
I don't know necessarily that's even been
mind-boggling.
settled either.
But wrestling promotions and their fucking territories, dog.
Right.
Christ, bro.
The
Yeah.
collaboration apparently is too much for even some individuals. Dadgummit.
Right.
Anyway,
And it's like, because I know he wanted to do it. Because imagine if we convince Naito to do a match in the States
oh my
and
god.
he's in the ring with the guy who helped Naito when he was, in his Stardust genius phase of his life, going to Mexico and meet La Sombra. I envision the interaction. Knight is gonna be in the ring, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna look at Andrade. He'd be like, La Sombra?
Yeah.
Is that you? Yo, where you been, bro?
They try and do the soft fist bump, and then one person just
Yeah.
literally either spits in the man's face or knocks the other one out.
Yeah, but like
Not even that too, though. Andrade's opponent at Forbidden Door last year. I mean, we got a better match out of it, I think, anyways. But he was supposed to face Will Ospreay for that IWGP US title last year. I think he was going to be the opponent. I still thought I thought we got a better match out of it, anyways. But still, like that would have been a banger.
It would have been
Big what if.
crazy.
Yeah.
But the match was really good. The ending, well, okay. The selling of these two wrestlers and the psychology of the match was crazy.
Mhm.
Yes.
Buddy's knee, he sold it well. Andrade's if you
Shoulder.
saw how he does the figure eight, you could probably say he didn't get all the way in because of the shoulder.
Yep.
The psychology is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. I know wrestling needs more good psychology, even in death matches, because you can easily do psychology in death matches.
Oh, bar
It's
none.
simple, but when the House of Black came out, die. Rest in piss, Andrade, because
One, you were not surviving that 4-on-1 title with Julia Hart there, who again sets the presence.
But I think this might lead to the Los Ingo Tanabre AEW going up against House of Black. If it does, I'm happy because more contenders,
Yeah.
and we get to see Andrade and Malachi in the ring at the same time, toe to toe. And I hope they run it back. Probably not in Forbidden Door.
Nah.
but probably either a special for Dynamite or Collision, or maybe
All
they,
in.
yeah, it all in.
Nothing's booked yet for All In. Just saying. Although I have to also consider this in July. You guys know what AEW does annually: Fight for the Fallen and Fighter Fest.
Yeah.
They need to bring back the Fight for the Fallen theme song, bro. Because I don't know
Yeah, that was
if y'all
awesome.
heard it. That song was great.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
I
great.
remember the number.
And they need to go back to that arena where they was at when they
Daly's
first did
Place.
it. I think it was Daily Place, right?
It
Yeah,
was
and
Daly's place.
I'm okay
Go
with
back.
it, but I've seen enough AEW at Daly's Place. I mean,
Yeah.
That's their home, bro.
I know.
I get that.
I'm just saying I'm okay with. I'm just saying I'm okay with them going back, but every time they do, I'm like, yeah, I really don't need to. I saw it so much in the pandemic. I'm like, yeah, I don't need to see them coming.
I feel like it's fitting that they
understand
do
that.
it once a year with what they call AEW Homecoming, because again, it literally is the home of AEW. So if it's only a
Yeah.
1 year thing, then I agree with you about that.
I get that, bro.
Anyway, yeah, we'll see what's next. Again, I feel like Andrade could literally make Collision his platform, and if this leads to Andrade versus Malachi Black, run it back. That's a main event waiting to happen. It almost feels like Collision to me doesn't need a world championship to really give you a compelling story. If
Not really.
this match showed us anything. All right, let's go ahead and move on from there with a couple of things. Get a hype package. Speaking of talent that can make this their own, and we were talking about this very man earlier. Bring back his Run DMC theme. I'm just saying. Scorpio Sky, who simply says that nobody can beat me. I'm on another level. Let's see you soon.
Wait,
Scorpio Sky is coming back, folks.
Wait, hold up. Did he just say don't nobody can't beat me? I'm on another level.
That's what he
Yes,
said.
he did.
Sammy Guevara, Tim Warlow may want to speak to you, bro.
Hey, you got to have your own confidence, right? And speaking of confidence, Tori Nese, whose confidence, of course, in his physical physique, he tried to lead another physics class here, as he says, I look at my screen with a crowd full of the fattest trash Chicago that has to offer, but I have good news. I decided to shut down Collision, and instead we're going to do group training, so everybody get up. We're going to stretch,
Alright.
reach as high as we can, and
Alright.
then I had enough of this nonsense.
Let's get up, bro. Let's get up, bro. We gotta stretch, bro.
Look.
We gotta stretch, bro.
No. What we need to do is stand for our redeem. I have been waiting such a long damn time for this guy.
The horns.
Is back. And Tony Nese had his name on that open contract. I was like, that boy about to die.
Yeah, and he did.
Yeah, I'm about to say, let's just go ahead and simply talk about it, right? Tony Nese literally got clubbed, bludgeoned, super comboed, and fatality. Simple as that. We literally got a giant monster kick followed by a ridiculous massive clothesline. Tony Nese tried to work over the arm. He tried to knock him out with the spinning back heel kick. He tried for everything possible, and Miro just shrugged it literally away. Miro was just literally in full-on, I'm going to fuck you up mode. After blasting with the monster kick and then calling his shot, it was just a matter of him literally locking in the accolade, the camel clutch. Game over. Tony Nese, thanks for coming.
Rest in piss. Next man.
Yeah, awesome. Basically, take everything I said about the Andrade Alito match to the Miro. Just you have Miro back, don't screw it up. I like seeing Miro destroy people. And poor Tony Nese, man, he's not being used very well, and he probably should be. But I don't care because Miro's gonna destroy everybody. Like, doesn't matter how
he's Miro.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how well Tony Nese is being used. Miro should do this to everybody, even me. I'll take a beating for Miro.
Can you imagine if they booked Miro versus Luchasaurus for the TNT Championship? Do we not forget that God's favorite champion once held this title, by the way? I'm just saying.
I don't think he ever got a rematch for it either, correct?
Nope, he didn't.
Miro is one of the guys that a lot of people like.
Yeah. He's awesome.
The moment I heard them horns calling,
Yes.
you already know what time it is. But
Happy Miro Day.
Miro, I feel like he's going to do well this time around because it's a different brand.
Mm-hmm.
He got more opportunities to showcase himself and rebuild himself from where he last left off.
Mm-hmm.
Miro is by far if we could get it, if we could push for a Miro versus Samoa Joe match, is
Oh
That would
my
be good.
God.
We've seen it in WWE, but they ruined it, and this would be
Yeah.
awesome.
Right.
Yeah.
Bro, it's gonna be over. Just let Samoa Joe do what he does best. Let Miro does what he does best, and we're going to have a horse fight. It
That's
won't be
more.
5 stars, but it will be deserving of a match of the year contender.
Yeah.
Pardon none. Again, the aspect that Collision can really give us something different, but still AEW centric. That's really what the show was about. And guys, this was just literally the first hour. Can you believe that? Let's go. Let's go ahead and move on to our next match as we now get women action, women's tag team action. As Let's Believe with the NJW Strong Women's Champion Will Nightingale and her tag partner, welcome back home to Chicago. Sky Blue, they took on the Outcast Ruby Soho and AEW Women's World Champion Tony Storm. Mama Blue at ringside. Don't fuck with Mama Blue, that's all I gotta say about that. Tony and Ruby immediately went after Sky and Willow and drove them into the guardrail as Ruby tripped Willow and grounded and pounded her, Willow being legal contender. Then Willow rallied back with a clothesline. And then Sky and Tony were tagged in as we picked up where we left off on Wednesday Night Dynamite. And Sky Blue caught Tony Storm with a running knee strike and a high kick. The way that she kicks in Chuck Taylor's respect. Connects with a crossbody press, but then Ruby breaks up the pin attempt. As Tony Storm lost in the cloverleaf again, Sky Blue was able to reach the ropes this time and force the break. Tony Storm was apoplectic. As Willow tagged herself in. By the way, I'm pretty sure Willow literally pounced Ruby Soho into the barricade during that altercation with Mama Blue as went to picture-in-picture.
She did.
I'm glad Ruby Soho did not get a concussion, but it looked like that landing sucked.
Bruh, when Willow did that pounce, I lost my shit. Like,
It's 1 minute during the ring. Good grief. Anyway, Willow tags in. Ruby Soho hits Willow with a kick. Then Sky Blue comes in with the hot tag. Tony, though, catches her and catches her with a running hip attack. As Ruby held Sky in place when Tony Storm was about to spray her in the face, Willow came back in, grabbed the spray paint, and literally gave Tony Storm and Ruby Soho tissue medicine as Tony inadvertently sprayed Ruby Soho in the eyes, blinding her. And after she was basically taken out of the picture, we were down to Sky Blue Ruby Soho, and Sky Blue set up Ruby Soho for the code blue, and Sky Blue won in her hometown. The good guys finally give the Outcasts a taste of their own medicine. Outcasts outed. This was a really fun, well-paced and timed women's tag team match. I really enjoyed this. And again, going back to what you were saying, Zero, potentially about, maybe the NW Strong Women's Openweight Championship being defended, or somebody said about Ruby Soho. And she was not involved in the decision, but Willow did neutralize Ruby. I can see Ruby wanting revenge, but nothing else. Sky Blue, good win, continues to move forward in her momentum, and a good win in her hometown in front of her mother. Sky Blue definitely deserved this, and I think the women were very well showcased here in this premiere episode of Collision.
yes, we need more.
There you go. Shout out, by the way, the camera person that got that great shot of Sky Blue on the apron, by the way. If you know, you know. All right. Owen.
Pants, bro.
Hey, like I said, people, you know what? There's a reason why the peach emoji exists. I think I realize that now. So that's why people did that with Jamie Hayter. Anyway, Owen, your thoughts on this women's tag team match? Do you think we are going to get Ruby Soho versus Will Nightingale for that title at Forbidden Door? Because keep this in mind, guys. There is no women's matches booked in any capacity right now for the Forbidden Door. And
That's
no
crazy.
Thunder Rosa on Collision, despite the fact she was in the video package. Owen, your thoughts?
Yeah, this tag team match was very good. I like the fact that they gave Sky Blue the win in her hometown. And, it's nice when wrestlers win in the hometown because I don't get to see it happen very often. And, I don't know what this means, obviously, for, the future when it comes down to the women's title match at Forbidden Door. I wonder if Mercedes Moné's injury affected that. I wonder if Tony Storm was going to defend the title against Mercedes, or had Mercedes been able to win the Strong title, if she would have come and defended that title against Willow Nightingale, and Willow Nightingale would have gotten a big moment there. I don't know, but I would like to see Tony Storm versus Kairi Hojo. That would be a bit of fun. They both won the first ever Mae Young Classic, I believe. Well, not the first one, but Kairi Hojo won the first one, and Tony Storm won the second one. Battle of the Mae Young Classic, and I think it would be a bit of fun.
Also, Stardom throwback because Tony Storm is a former World of Stardom and SWA Stardom champion.
Yeah, it's people know Kairi Hojo. Like obviously, I can't watch obviously Stardom and all that other stuff just because.
Yeah, go check out the YouTube channel. It gives you a little bit.
Yeah, but that's someone that a lot of people know, and I definitely think one match we get in is Willow Nightingale, like I said, versus Ruby Soho for the Strong Belt. On the buy-in, probably that seems like the logical thing to do.
No, they did.
But
We had a World Women's Championship at Full Gear, so
yeah.
Where the hell is Serena Deeb? I'm just saying. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
I thought she was just injured or like just done with the business, so I haven't asked. But when it comes to Thunder Rosa, I would like to see Thunder Rosa get back in the mix too. If you remember at Forbidden Door last year, I believe Thunder Rosa retained her title against Tony Storm. So
correct.
And Tony Storm I think was going to turn heel anyways onto Thunder Rosa. Obviously they had to delay the heel turn because Thunder Rosa got injured and then everything that got all screwed up. So yeah, I'd be interested in that. I thought Thunder Rosa would have come out here, but it is what it is.
Right.
But yeah, I'm really interested to see what's going on with the women's division. The booking's definitely behind the women's division now in AEW, and it's just so much better. We have characters now, and everything's just working really well. Everyone's connected for the most part that shows up, except what's her name, the person that's with Nyla Rose, her tag team partner.
Marina Shafir.
Yeah, except her. She's not connected with anybody.
John Moxley likes her because she's different. I mean, she brings a style that nobody else does in that women's division. So, again, if John Moxley respects that, then that's got to count for something. Everybody has their place. I'm still pissed off that I'm not getting freaking Tony Storm versus Julia. I've been waiting for that match for the longest damn time. What the hell, Rossi? What are you doing with your Stardom roster? And the fact that a steel cage match is going to happen here shortly, and a member of either Queen's Quest or Halo Tai is about to lose somebody from their unit. Stardom is just weird. But, and the Tam Nakano, both red, white belts going to sub-tangent. Sorry, not sorry. I don't know what's going on right now with Stardom, but I kind of wish they were involved here. And I think Kairi is a great shout-out, especially since she just lost the freaking Artist of Stardom's championships. So I don't freaking know at this point. Only time will tell. But again, good win for Sky Blue. The champion was not involved in the decision, which protects the title and the champion. And I do wonder who will step up to Tony Storm next. Hey, Shida, where you at? So, again, we'll wait and see. We learned that Rika Starks will also be involved in the Owen. It's going to become the next winner. What better place to do that than in Canada? This tournament is absolutely meant for me. I think Ricky Starks winning this Owen is a great shout-out, by the way, and a great candidate. Again, who will he be set up with remains to be seen.
Gee.
All right. Next up, we get a video package from everybody's favorite, Jeff Jarrett, who basically says, the match is made. It's me versus Mark Briscoe. What the hell? I've never heard this match name. Concession Stand Brawl. 46 years to the day that the last Outlaws family created the first ever concession stand brawl. Tupelo, Mississippi put hardcore wrestling on the map. And this week on Dynamite, I'm going to get you in the ring. I'm not going to be a wrestling match, Mark. I play the long game, and the last Outlaw never loses the long game. Mark, I'm kicking your ass.
All right, bro. So I looked it up. It is a old school type match that happened during the old times, where there's a Tupelo concession stand brawl 2, the original concession stand brawl in 1979. Holy shit, these old bastards.
I mean, Jeff Jarrett is 52 years old. You talk about the Jarretts and the generation, the impact of the industry. Just saying. Anyway, continue.
So the matches was in Memphis. So this is a historic match tape that actually happened. So this is going to be, but I'm gonna be honest with you, this is a good pick of two people for this match. You got Jeff Jarrett and Mark Briscoe. This is actually going to be a good match, like in all seriousness, because one, Mark, this is just, I don't know if y'all feel it too, but the Briscoe brothers really do bring the old school wrestling vibe.
Oh, yeah. Bar none.
Definitely.
Same with FTR, but I think this match will actually be perfect for Mark.
I agree.
Since Jeff somehow he aged in reverse at times. This might be a good match.
I
Jeff's gonna
agree.
lose, hopefully.
I
But
imagine like most
yeah,
matches, it's got to end somehow via pinfall or submission, right?
Maybe knockout though. You never know.
I haven't got to that yet, so I think I do think it's pin or submission.
I mean,
I
it's a
don't know.
brawl, right? It's not. It's not. You pick up brawls. I mean, I think RJ City asked the question, and the ref court couldn't even answer it. What's the difference between a street fight, no disqualification, and a no holds barred match?
Yes.
Just saying.
Yeah. Well, no DQ technically is supposed to be. There's also a count out, but they never follow that rule.
Okay, I think I could break it down a bit. A street fight is a street fight. A no DQ match has no TQs, and it's yeah, and a brawl is a brawl because it's a brawl, and but the main question he should be asking is it pronounced tomato or tomato?
That's fair. All right. Well, either way, I'm looking forward to seeing again another first time ever by the way in AEW concession stand brawl. Well, I mean, if anything, Roderick Strong took a handful of soft serve ice cream and threw it in Jericho's face, and that falls count anywhere, and then ate some himself. So it's okay.
Yeah,
I guess.
see.
You should watch his. He didn't get no hand sanitizer either before time too. So I can imagine that probably did not taste that well. Anyway, all right. I'm very curious what this looks like, and we'll talk more about the card here shortly for this Wednesday's Dynamite. Because good grief. Okay, as we go back in the ring, Tony Schiavone is down there, and he's there to interview the Acclaim. As Daddy asked, what an attire. Basically said this is a special night. I went out and got myself a new scissor outfit. Fucking hell. This last couple of weeks have been a little straining on my head. The Trios Towers is still not out of the picture, though. We're just about to get back on track. And then Bowens comes in and talks about how we're going to have plenty of time to do so because AEW now stands for two different things. Acclaim every Wednesday and Acclaim every weekend. So scissoring is going to be 2 times a week, folks. And
That's a good play on words.
Yeah, no kidding. And since everyone loves the Acclaim and they love them, in closing, they wanted to come out and make a little history with the first ever Collision Scissor and do that in the Scissor City of Chicago. Oh, good Lord. The city that made the Acclaim the people's choice. We scissor because in Chicago, everyone loves the Acclaim, and even Tony Schiavone got involved. And I can't believe Tony Schiavone did the scissoring. It got weird. So... Again, the bottom line is this. Respect Billy Gunn. Daddy asked what the hell you want to call him. Respected vet. They believe he deserves one last chance to hold gold and have a run with it. And I think the Trios Championships would be a nice fit for these three that Billy Gunn has really decided to bring on as his own at this point. Fun little promo segment, and looks like we're going to get more of the Acclaim going forward on Collision. Anyone got any further thoughts?
Yo.
Just a fun segment, and it's just nice in wrestling to have fun and have a laugh. So
Yo, I'm gonna be real with you. This promo, I did not know what the fuck was going on. I did not know what was going on when I was watching this promo. I was so lost. Like they were just saying words.
Bah!
And I was just like, okay. And then trios of times I'm like, oh, okay. Then they just continue saying words, and I wasn't even following what was going on. I was like, I was so confused about this whole promo, yo. I didn't like no, because they were just saying shit at this point. They were just saying stuff. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? Scissors, of Chicago, land of bro, it was just saying stuff at this point. I was like, why is this promo on? Why this on Collision? Can this be on Rampage, yo? Because this is getting no. I'm so lost.
We needed
the
that
first
live.
time ever.
Yeah, we needed that. We needed that live. They claimed a role, but they deserve to be on Collision. They should be here.
Yeah,
they're awesome.
I can respect that too.
So
yeah.
lost through the promo. I was like, what is going on? But now that you tell me they was talking about the Trios title, I'm like, yeah, but you gotta understand the House of Black holds the title. I don't think you could beat him right now, bro.
But I think we literally talked about verbatim post up or nothing. It's going to take a unique formula of 3 to beat the House of Black in these open trios matches, open house matches. Excuse me.
Grind for some levels, and then come back into the boss fight.
Yeah.
There you go. Just work your way up the tower. All right. Well, before we get into what's supposed to close out Collision, they of course ran down this Wednesday's AEW Dynamite. Again, folks, that is the go. Oh, who am I kidding? This is the first spot, the first step towards our go home run to the Forbidden Door pay-per-view. Our card goes as follows. We have fucking hell. How the hell they get this guy back here again? Chris Jericho, Sammy Guevara, tracking alongside Minoru Suzuki. Happy Father's Day, by the way, to Murder Grandpa. Taking on Action Andretti, Dante Martin, and what's the other one? AR Fox, excuse me. We also have Katsura Shibata, Fresh Squeeze, Orange Cassidy taking on Dan Garcia and Zack Sabre Jr. I imagine this match is going to have a bit of implications on both sides. Still not made official. The Hardys go up against the As Boys in tag team action. Made official TBS Championship challenge. Ty Valkyrie has accepted and will once again go after the TBS Championship, this time against Chris Statlander. And we will have an AEW blind tournament to crown new number 1 contenders for the AEW World Tag Team Championships. What? And of course, also made official, Jeff Jarrett and Mark Briscoe will be involved in AEW's first ever concession stand brawl. And of course, this leads into not only AEW Rampage, but the next week's AEW Collision, which of course will be the last stop before a countdown, which of course leads to the AEW Forbidden Door pay-per-view. And so far, we have 4 matches made official. It will be, whether he wants to or not, MJF defending the AEW World Championship against Hiroshi Tanahashi. Jungle Boy Jack Perry has accepted the open challenge of Sonata and will challenge for the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship. In a dream match scenario will be the American Dragon Bryan Danielson taking on Rainmaker Tsuchika Okada for the first time ever. And Kenny Omega defends the IWGP United States Heavyweight Championship against Will Ospreay. But before all of that, it was finally time for our premiere main event of the first episode of AEW Collision. Trios action, as of course, Bullet Club's Gold, Rock Hard, Juice Robinson, and Switchblade Jay White, tagging alongside, of all people, the Ring of Honor World Champion Samoa Joe, taking on CMFTR.
TV champion.
There you go. World Television Champion. By the way, he finally got a new belt. I noticed that. They finally retired the old Ring of Honor. I wonder what took them so long for that. But anyway.
What's the new belt look like? Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a silver and red, just like all the others, versus the original gold and black. So, yeah. Man, they gave this match a lot of time, by the way, too. As again, it was our main event, CMFTR taking on Bullet Club Gold and Samoa Joe. But let's be honest here. Everybody was in this for one thing. The fact that Samoa Joe and CM Punk have not been face-to-face in the ring since 2005, and CM Punk has never beaten Samoa Joe. In fact, they went twice to a draw 60 minutes for the Ring of Honor World Championship that Samoa Joe possessed at the time. So here we freaking go. As the fans, of course, chant CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, we get the hard hitter of the group, Dax Harwood of FTR, taking on Switchblade Jay White. They tie up, Jay White being the defensive wrestler he is. Immediately goes to ropes early. CMFTR chants raining out. I love the whole pink and black combination with the pants and the jackets and everything. Of course, channeling the Hart Foundation. Jay White chops Dax Harwood in the chest, and Dax Harwood literally bat drops Jay White. Rockout Juice Robinson comes in. A lot of tandem tag team action on both sides of the other going. But fans really picked up when CM Punk tags in and goes for the GTS immediately. Juice Robinson, with his eyes wide open, was able to escape. And then this thing really picked up when Samoa Joe was tagged in, and we got face-to-face. And then they came at each other with heavy-handed chops, because why the hell not? By the way, pretty sure those microphones were amplified here, because those shots were loud as fuck on both sides. As Dax gets tagged in, Samoa Joe works over him in the corner, and Samoa Joe was able to counter back. Drew was able to connect with a double axe handle from the top rope, but Dax continued to find back. Dax got worked over hard in this match. German suplex, then Cash comes in for the tag, cleans house on everybody, catches Juice for a scoop slam for a 2 count. Then Juice was able to catch Cash with a senton. What a friggin' jumping senton, by the way. Samoa Joe tagged in, Rock Cash Wheeler with a back heel kick, the way he has that explosive nature. Jay White comes in with the chop block once again, instigating CM Punk, who's getting annoyed at times on the apron, if you can tell. As Punk looked to finally lift Jay White for the GTS after getting back in here with the Bulldog Lariat combination. Gee, where have I seen that before? But then Jay gouges out the eyes of CM Punk as much as he can, and then Punk catches him with a roundhouse kick. Again, the kicking prowess of CM Punk. MMA training, folks. Punk goes to the top rope, but Juice was able to sweep out the legs before he could drop them with the ticket. Macho Man Savage elbow drop, then goes for the Blade Runner. Jay White does, but Punk counters back into a ridiculous lariat. Dax tabs himself in, superplexes Jay. Cash then splashes Jay for the combination. CM Punk hits the diving elbow strike. Trios combination there, but Juice was able to break it up at the last possible second. Samoa Joe's back in. He and Punk once again book this match. I don't care. Book this damn match. Exchange strikes and hostilities while Switchblade Jay White blindsides Punk, and then everything breaks down. Took it this damn long. Good grief. And then freaking hockey fight breaks out. CM Punk finally able to hoist up Samoa Joe, attemptedly, but then gets caught in the coquina clutch. Lily is put to sleep as Bullet Club Ghost tries to fend off FTR for breaking up the hold. FTR was able to break it up, though, as Dax broke it up with a diving shoulder to Samoa Joe. The smallest spine, by the way. As FTR finally hits the big rig on Juice Robinson, CM Punk falls up. The go to sleep after Jay White is taken out of the question. And CM Punk gets the win for CMFTR in Collision's debut main event, pinning Juice Robinson. Backing up what he said earlier. Until somebody can fill my boots, I'm staying here. And right now, nobody alive can fill them. So we heard CM Punk's mission statement. The entire wrestling world did. And we saw his first match back. And he was very game and involved, despite it being a trios match. CMFTR working on all fronts as Collision goes off the air. Saturday nights are definitely all right, once again, in my opinion, for professional wrestling. What am I getting? CM Punk versus Samoa Joe for the Ring of Honor Television Championship. This was fucking awesome. What a great show. Zero, your thoughts on this trios main event and the Collision World Premiere overall?
Boy, oh boy, where do we begin with this? Like, this was a perfect main event to end this first episode. Like, it was really good. Like, from Dax being Dax to my personal favorite of FTR, Cash Wheeler, just going crazy to seeing CM Punk lock up with not only Samoa Joe, but there's one match I really want to see is CM Punk against Jay White, because I think that will be a really interesting contest. A defensive wrestler and a wrestler who is, I guess, more of a specialist, more like a striker, maybe.
That sounds about right. Especially after that ridiculous Uranagi that planted CM Punk in the Southern Hemisphere. Jesus.
That was a crazy Uranagi. I swear, some of these people having the fuck the rock bottom. It's all about the Uranagi, fool.
Yeah, especially Jay White's Uranagi, because he lifts that, pull it up, and plants them emphatically.
Yes, he just drops you. But it was a really cool match. Like, I don't know if you heard this while Joe was chopping him. He literally told CM Punk, "What's my fucking name?" That shit was crazy. He chopped him and said, "What's my name?" And then continues to like chop him. It was. I love Joe. Joe is one of my favorites back then in TNA, man. But overall, the match was good. CM Punk is good. Like the spot where you think he's gonna pass out, and then Cash Cash over here like, get off of me. Spears. I think Jay through the ropes.
Yep.
I was like, bro.
That was a nasty landing for both. That could have been a whole lot worse.
And I thought Big E's spear through ropes was crazy. Cash is just wild. I remember the first time I saw Cash do that spear through the ropes, and that was during their Young Bucks match.
Yep.
And Cash did a springboard for anyways.
Well, again, they say no flips, just fists, but when you face a team of the opposite dynamic, sometimes you gotta break your own code if you're going to succeed.
Exactly.
But like, this whole match is great. I feel like if CM Punk's not gonna go for the world title, I think this team might actually be the ones to beat the House of Black.
Wow.
Yeah. Like
It's also not
what?
just, the parts of the sum versus the sum of the parts. The CMFTR, they are a united front. So
Yeah.
And
again, I
FTR
think
have
that's a fair take.
and FTR have been known to, be belt collectors before, so it wouldn't
Yeah.
be the first time.
It'll be cool to see them have like the tag house and the trios titles
Yeah.
and just it'll be a cool sight.
I
But
agree.
this was a really good match. Like I kind of had a little bit of a doubt of how this might play out, but with the way they was building it
Right.
and the way they was getting like everybody shouldn't like have Cash and Dax do their thing, and then Juice and Jay do their thing. Have then wait up, and then wait a good moment to bring out Punk and Joe. If this is not his first feud, then it probably be somebody else. But I hope this is the first feud, and it probably won't lead into the Ring of Honor titles. It'll probably just be rehashing old feuds and try to see if CM Punk could actually beat Joe.
Mm.
So like not for the Ring of Honor TV title, probably just out of I
Just
want to
because
beat you. Yeah.
a fight for pride.
Yes. If I can't beat you, then I can't beat you.
Yeah, maybe Samoa
But
Joe's the one thing that CM Punk can't overcome, but CM
yeah,
Punk will still continue.
yeah. So he might overcome that hoop and then go for another feud. But this is going to be an interesting few weeks for Collision because I feel like from what we had this week, Collision was a lot better because it has a whole lot of like great shit. Dynamite was more of let's get some stories out the way. It has some good matches, but I feel like Collision is going to be a lot more dominant than Dynamite. The reason why is because of not just for the wrestling aspect, but for the stars they're using. Because I feel like they're gonna use Collision. Some people say it's the CM Punk show because all the whatever. Nah, it's going Collision going to have the stars that people really want to see, like Andrade, Miro, Hobbs, more and more. Maybe some upcoming stars. Like I keep bringing them up because I want them on TV. Brock and Pillman,
Right.
and like what I wanted to do is that I would have the TNT title and the trios belts on that show, and the tag titles in the world, and the tag titles and the TBS title on the other show.
Right.
So break even, and if you want to do like world titles, okay, you could have the world title on Dynamite and the women's world title on Collision to like break even. But Collision is going to have a lot of good power from actual stars people want to see than the main stars that we keep seeing, the Elite. Getting sick of tired of them at times, but yeah. So overall, good shit.
Well, there you go. I mean, again, Collision hit differently. Also, with the commentary, too. By the way, JR, I really do hope you're okay. Please take care of yourself.
Oh,
But
one more thing.
Go
You
ahead.
said something about a tag team blind tournament. That had me what? Like I
yeah,
said, I'm like,
I was like, huh? Well, I did talk about Naturally Limitless earlier, so I'm very curious. A, how it's executed. B, who's in it. C, how it starts. D, I can't imagine this taking place only on the Dynamite with how much other stuff is in there. So, yeah, we'll see how that kicks off. But yeah. And I do feel like you do bring up a value point about Dynamite versus Collision. For me, this was not Dynamite 2.0. This felt like a whole different product. from the pacing to the storytelling to the presentation. Everything about this, it didn't feel like a Dynamite at all. It felt like a totally different wrestling show. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I'm very curious to see what's next. But I'm also just going to say this. Usually Dynamites, they give us what? A schedule, a little bit about what's to come on the next Dynamite, right? Or like on Rampage. Collision gave us nothing about next week's Collision at all. It is a blank, clean slate. And it is the final stop on the way to the Forbidden Door. Let's keep this in mind, guys. The next time we do AEW Spark, if we want to be fully immersed in everything, we're going to have to do it on Sunday afternoon ahead of Forbidden Door, or we're just going to have to do a soft episode of it before Collision on Saturday. So, Owen, you need to figure that out and let me and him know. But that being said, Owen, again, your overall thoughts.
Hold up. There we go.
There you go. That mirror does freaking crazy. Owen, your overall thoughts on this main event and the world premiere of Collision?
So yeah, I really liked this main event. I thought it was awesome. It had everything in it that I wanted. You know, the CM Punk and Samoa Joe face off. I like that they saved that until like about the end of the match. Jay White and Juice Robinson looked awesome in this match. I've obviously been critical of them as of late, but I thought they really stood out in this match. Especially Juice Robinson, because obviously Jay White, you would expect to, but Juice Robinson, you know, is still kind of a mid-card. I thought he really stepped up in this match. FTR were awesome. And CM Punk and FTR just have really been working on their trios, like tag team Collision and all that type of stuff. Pun intended, I guess.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. I actually thought CM Punk was going to pass out. I didn't think FTR were going to make it in time for that breakup. So, and I like, you know, that anytime CM Punk and Samoa Joe in the ring with each other,
big fight.
Not just big fight. Samoa Joe, like CM Punk struggled to take out Joe. Like Joe was a real struggle for him. So I liked that. So I do got to ask you, you know, what's wrong with JR? Because I knew something was wrong with him.
So he fell down, had a nasty fall beforehand, but as far as his throat goes, I have no idea, and I fear that I hope it's nothing. I hope it's nothing bad. But yeah, I'm just going to say this real quick as a sub tangent. We talked about this in Open Mic Night. JR is the voice of this generation. He is the voice of professional wrestling. I call him the greatest of all time in my life. He is my greatest influence to the point that I do this stuff with y'all and call commentary. The thing about JR though is he does not need to be at the commentary booth. We've seen that proven. But where he shines the most are those sit-down, one-on-one interview segments. They need to put him as a focal point just on that for character and story development and put him more in a backstage capacity. For me, I think JR is not ready to let go of that seat yet because he loves this so much. But if Collision showed me anything, it very well might be time.
Yeah, especially too. He doesn't. I mean, yeah, he has throat issues anyways, but you know, that match was mainly called by Kevin Kelly and Nigel. Like JR obviously couldn't speak much, but
no, he couldn't.
I still think that would have been the case had he been fully capable. The best thing to do instead, get rid of RJ City's show and just have the sit down interviews be every week. Like when obviously there would be a more serious tone. And you know have it factor into the storylines and stuff like, but obviously CM Punk winning was obvious, but it was fine. CM Punk looked really good considering the fact that he just had a torn tricep not that long ago and everything like that. He looked awesome in the match. And yeah, I just really enjoyed this. And yeah, like I said, I don't know what's in store for Collision. I guess the one critique we could say is there was no storyline that came out of Collision for this week, but I'm okay with it personally, just because it was the first episode. I think they're going to figure that out as they go along. And I really hope we do get CM Punk versus Samoa Joe. I would put the TV title on the line just because CM Punk as World TV Champion, I think I would actually buy Honor Club just to watch CM Punk every week. That's how I think a lot of people,
how you're thinking.
I think a lot of people would actually tune into Ring of Honor if there was a potential CM Punk could show up there and everything like that. Plus, how about if a full circle moment with that go? The last match that CM Punk had ever in ROH, he lost the belt to Samoa Joe. You know, now he's gonna face CM Punk, or CM Punk's gonna face Samoa Joe again. And that'd be awesome. That promo that Joe and Punk are gonna cut on each other was gonna be fire too. I think it's gonna be a lot like the Eddie Kingston promo from Rampage, but obviously not as good.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. But yeah, this main event, if we did star ratings, probably would be like 5 stars. It was really perfect. And yeah, it went a while too. It went like through 2 breaks and everything like that. And
making them like I think about 20 minutes. Again, the pacing of this show was really well executed. Everything breathed, everything flowed, nothing seemed clustered, nothing seemed rushed.
And again, is CM Punk gonna be babyface, or was this just? Is it gonna be like Red Hart when he went to other places? When he went to Canada, he was a babyface, but everywhere else he was a heel. Or is it another example we can make is MJF when MJF goes to New York, or wherever he's from. He's a babyface and it's treated as Bizarro will, but everywhere else he's a heel. So
right.
We still don't know what CM Punk's gonna do in AEW, but obviously you have to be a babyface here because it's in Chicago. But we'll see.
Yeah, and again, like I said, Saturdays right now, it does feel like a whole different experience. And whether or not his first feud with Samoa Joe or with, like Zero alluded to, and I do think this might be more realistic considering he was not involved in the decision, Switchblade Jay White, because it was his running mate Bullet Club Golden at the fall. There's no new member of Bullet Club revealed. We still have no idea if Kenta versus CM Punk is ever going to be a thing, but I still would not rule that out.
To see that match.
I mean, I don't mind seeing it, but I don't know.
At this point, it's almost like a moot point at this point,
Yeah.
Especially because I was only founded on the fact that both men use a GTS.
Kenta is playing games like
as he does. Let's just put it out there.
This man's saying, I ain't doing the match until I get the bag. I'm like, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, CM Punk's got that bag, and CM Punk didn't come out with that bag either. So you do wonder, will that bag show up again? So while you do say there wasn't like a big,
I'm talking about money. That's what he's saying.
I know exactly what you're saying, but I'm just talking about another, theoretical. Yeah. But I mean, also keep this in mind as well. You talk about the story. Really, Collision is a story in itself. Because what is this product going to be really dedicated to? Who is going to make the most of the opportunity to make this platform their own as well? We got a subtle taste, but as we know, Scorpio Sky's coming soon. Still no Thunder Rosa, and honestly, we don't really know if there's going to be a main title presentation on here besides the TNT Championship at this point. So again, a lot of suspension of disbelief with Collision. Why Dynamite is more definitively defined by the few at the forefront, the Blackpool Combat Club versus the Elite. So, again, with Forbidden Door right now, I do feel like Collision is going to probably change gears slightly because you got to build into that. But I'm curious how it fits or goes surpassing what could be at Forbidden Door towards what could be next. But we'll have to wait and see. That being said, I'm all for this being part of my weekly dose of professional wrestling, especially for All Elite Wrestling. This was a great kickoff. Congratulations.
And again, it would be interesting to see how this does going up against PLEs and all that type of stuff. Like Saturdays in wrestling is just going to be crazy now.
Yeah, well, like you said, also ahead of a Collision being world premiere, there's going to be times we're going to pre-record on Thursdays. So I do think that we already got a plan in place for that because as far as sports, PLEs, pay-per-views versus TV, etc., we'll see how that really changes things. And the first time it's going to come into effect as far as pay-per-view versus TV will be Slammiversary on Saturday, July 15th. So we'll see how many people look at that pay-per-view versus watch this show live or pre-recorded on TV, considering partnership, I think that's still in play with AEW and Impact Wrestling.
And one thing that I think they are moving the Thursdays, not this week, but the following week because of sports and everything too. So they already have to move the Thursdays at least once, but that's like the only time because they ran down like the shows and everything like that, like when they're going to happen and all that stuff. And Thursday, they obviously made that. I mean, obviously subject to change and all that type of stuff. So,
well, yeah, at one point we didn't even know we were going to get political Rampage this week, and we did. And again, that was just a fun little hour. And again, with the fact that the focus has to be put into this pay-per-view, that's more so a wrestling exhibition of collaboration. Tony Khan's got to drive it home, and right now, based on that tag team match on Wednesday, we might have up to 6 matches. And why that's nice for our pay-per-view in itself, no women's match officially announced, and I'm very curious what else they could add and who else shows up. So We'll have to wait and see. But that being said, that concludes this discussion on All Elite Wrestling. Before we leave you here, folks, check out this little trailer at What's on Demand on FTW Productions and other affiliates. And we'll see you on the other side for shills and plugs before we conclude. So stay tuned. See you in a few.
It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my soul.
Scan the QR codes to see what's upcoming for FTW Productions and what's available on demand right now. Button Master Stable Wars entire playlist. FTW Productions Watch Party for WrestleMania Go Home Raw. Mistress Audio Dramatic Readings featuring voice actors from Weymouth Youth Wrestling. All Retro Wrestling Review Series videos on demand and upcoming. All WrestleMania themed retros available now on demand. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Let's Play Series. WrestleMania 19 Revenge Mode Let's Play Series. All of A Simple Man's Brand Simply Predicting panels. Both episodes of The Don DeMarco Show. AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, every show week by week. Indie Force Episode 26, available now on demand. Jeff Meacham Network, all watch-along events. AEW Double or Nothing Dynamite Go Home Show Watch Party, available now on demand. A Simple Take, WWE Simple Takes featuring Cassidy 18 Studios. Super Mario Bros. Z voice acting. Episode 3 coming soon. Breaking news. ATW View Impromptu. WYW Intro and Immortal Stream. Wrestling with Idiocy Episode 8. Fast Food and Restaurants discussion. Plugs have concluded. On to the video.
Yeah, we'll keep it brief and simple, folks, because that trailer pretty much covers everything you need to know ahead of FTW Production. So again, follow all of us here as we continue to bring you our creative passions and content in all things wrestling too. Shout out to the W family. That being said, thank you so much for tuning in once again, AEW Spark. Let's go ahead and go around, do our plugs, promote some stuff before we bid you all a fine adieu. Zero, it's always a pleasure. Again, I will keep you posted on Super 54 Forbidden Door, but chances are, with this being our platform, we'll probably just come together and literally talk Forbidden Door then. But in the meantime, what do you want to plug, promote? Where can we find you?
You can find me, the fucking white shit. Zero. Well,
Damn!
yeah, man. You can see it like there. Zero channel dash zero. That's my main hub for all my shit. You can find color color TV there, whatever the fuck it is, and for upcoming stuff, Pride 5 is going to be most likely the 30th, maybe, hopefully. That's what I'm aiming for. And
good luck.
And only one match has been announced, which is this has been a historic match because on Frontline they fought once in a crazy title match. They're gonna fight again. V taking on against Tasmania, and another match that's going to be announced probably Monday is my main character for EFED's Chuck Miller. He's going to, depending on when this out, the promo should be out by now. But he had an open challenge to anyone in WIW to come and face him at Pride 5. So
take it up.
In his promo, he has mentioned a few people that could show up, but who's going to accept the challenge? We'll see.
I guess only time will tell. Good stuff. Owen, it's always a pleasure. Again, man, at this point, you're going to have to set up Spark for Sunday afternoon, or you're going to just have to do some sort of like little prelude before Collision. We'll talk more about that later. But anything you want to plug, where we can find you?
So obviously this channel for all my stuff, AEW Spoke, WWE Aftershock, Retro Wrestling Review Series, Fantasy Booking Series, and all that other stuff. Oh, and the Talkinator, we'll be doing new content on there. This Thursday will finally be the launch for that, which I'm really excited about. That's going to be everything non-wrestling related. James has shows he's going to do there non-wrestling related also, so that's going to be fun. And FTW Main Hub will basically everything FTW related will go. It's basically like what JJ has turned one of his shows to, where he just uploads a past Indie Force or a past Talk Wrestling or whatever. So that's basically what that's going to be.
Throwback Thursday, I got you.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. And Noah, I'll just say this. I think obviously we're not going to do it at this time, but it's just because it was Father's Day. We had to make the exception here. So it definitely will be Sunday afternoons. This is one thing that sucks about Collision being added, because it takes away Saturdays when we could do this. So,
yes.
Well, yeah. It also don't help that, again, we got a pay-per-view on that Sunday as well. Otherwise, it'd be like, just stick to the Sunday or the Tuesday. So, again, I'm available after 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday. You keep me posted. Keep Zero posted, too. And we'll do our preview for Forbidden Door as well.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go, Zero. I guess it's official, courtesy of Berman himself, so he'll keep us in tune if anything changes. And again, guys, always appreciate conversating with you, and I appreciate everybody that's tuned in. People want to know more about me? Know this, for I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling, damn it! But I digress. So if you dare to, find me on the Twitter and YouTube at Foster1916. For all things wrestling, shout out, of course, to my entire AEW family on the Twitter. For prediction leagues, for polls, for forums and other stuff too, follow me on YouTube. For official updates and my overall takeaways live during professional wrestling, find me on the Twitter too. Check out the interview impromptu. Me and my family will be getting together, not only to discuss the Warbearer Collision, but give our own thoughts about Forbidden Door and everything that's happened recently in all things wrestling. If you haven't already, check out the weekly Saturday night shenanigans of Open Mic Night, courtesy of the Different Multiverse of Media. It's always a fun time, hosted by JJ Williams at Cast 18 Studios. If you haven't become a member yet, become a member now. Me and him did an exclusive call on Aubrey Everest versus Karen Jarrett. It was a lot of fun, too. Again, it's going to be a busy-ass week for all of us, especially me, because I'm crazy. Not only will I be with No DQ's prediction panel, but of course the flagship of my YouTube channel, Super Predicting. And this is the summer that's ahead, folks, so buckle up for all of that. Super Predicting is coming up this Friday, 5:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Forbidden Door, and there will be a Simple Take following that and so much more. As I also like to expand my Simple Takes on not just AEW, me and Dattila will try and come together to bring you a Simple Take on also Impact Wrestling's.
I have to interject here. I'm just going to say this. Noah, next time I say, keep it raw, bud.
Slammiversary. As I said at the very beginning of the show, and Zero, of course, and I are pro wrestling fans, me and the Wrestling Encyclopedia, Casey Gallagher, will get back together, our annual tradition, to bring you our bracketology of G1 Climax 33, Born in the Ring. And there are your 4 blocks, by the way, in case you all are wondering. We're getting Eddie Kingston versus freaking Shingo Takagi, I'm just saying. And Tomohiro run back. Let's fucking go. All right. Yeah, enough said, Zero. Enough said.
Shit.
But anyway, folks, as always, AEW Spark keeps you informed on all things All Elite Wrestling, so stay tuned as we constantly bring you now coverage of not only AEW Dynamite and AEW Rampage, but the new Saturday Night Standard, AEW Collision.
With random on them.
Yeah. Professional wrestling, I'm about to say, it'll be a collaboration. We do these 3-person panels for like pay-per-views, and this was a world premiere, but we're going to definitely switch a conjunction between me, Owen, and Zero, I assure you, going forward on Spark during just the standalone weeks too, because why not flex it a little bit? But as always, let it conclude, there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. Just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too. Treasure your families, just enjoy life, and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that. But with that being said, thank you so much once again for tuning into the longest edition ever of AEW Spark, courtesy of the world premiere of a phenomenal new show I think going forward it will be, AEW Collision. Please like, subscribe, comment, and tell a friend. Hit the bell as video goes live on demand on this channel or any of the channels across every production and affiliates. Hit the subscribe button. Help us keep growing our communities. I assure you our content, creativity, and our passions are not letting up anytime soon. As professional wrestling continues to bring more and more to the point, we eventually won't be able to keep up with it, but we're damn sure going to try to. For the Birdman, Owen Finch, for Zero.xe, who's loading, and right now I feel is at 99%. And for me, I'm the Superman Noah Foster, who is ready to pull the plug on this conversation as we thank you for tuning in once again to AEW Spark. Until next time, as always, make a positive impact in life and have a good night. For we are AEW.
Podcast has concluded. Be sure to check out more group discussion as far as AEW content is concerned, and check out more content from For the Win Productions.